couldn't tell, but something happened on the Tribord Trail. Giants and dragons are corrupting us all. If we don't get help, we will all go to hell. Did you hear the news out of Waveco Cave? A big holder tried to make us their slaves. My players trying to control our brains. I just woke up and the village was razed. We need the Stronghold to protect us for the night. We need the Stronghold to help us with this fight. We need the Stronghold. We need the Stronghold to go searching through the game. We need the Stronghold. We need the Stronghold. It's been a week since we saw Dave. A mighty group of adventurers. They're savage as hell, but they may be mad enough to get us through this spell. When they are together, they are the Stronghold. We are the Stronghold. We're here to show you the way. We are the Stronghold. We might just have to save the day. We're just a group of heroes, yeah. We're big and we're small. We may not be the best in town, but we answered the call. But we are together. We are the Stronghold.
Get the fuck out. That was so sick. I'm gonna have that stuck in my head continuously. Welcome back, everybody. We're on episode 97 something of Storm King's Thunder. The party just wrapped up some Tribor Fire Giants last week. Oh no, we were just all roleplay. That was my first all roleplay session. It was last session in Tribor. That was a big move. This week I want to just give a couple shout outs to things that are going on. Post this session at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Lord Gazumba's holding a kind of a Q&A and discussing the Feast of Fiends St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital charity. Last year they raised over something like $25,000 for St. Jude's. There's like over 10 streamers that do about the first through the fourth, 4 days, 96 hours of straight streaming, and we're taking the February 4th block at our normal time next week. We'll go for 5 hours. Pete's going to be the DM. He's going to crush that. And we'll drop the link for the Tiltify, I believe, somewhere in there. Yep, there's the link. If you just copy and pasta that into Safari, and then Safari can drop you somewhere into the Abyss. And then hopefully you can try to donate to that. Other than this, we reached epic level stream as we have our own D20 being built and as a mold with a Stronghold Starfort on it. Our friend Gabby from Maze Designs. And she's running a grid sale also right now where she's you can get these tickets, and she comes live and she'll pass off some of her big chunky. They're beautiful. They've got like flowers and stuff like that inside of them. There's sometimes with like little juices in there. I'm getting some real blue paladin-y ones myself. We continually support 988, which is a mental health suicide awareness hotline where you can get a hold of folks anonymously. You can text or call. You don't have to mention their names. You don't even have to be on the brink. If you're feeling that way, you're feeling blue and lonely, you can reach out to these folks, and they have specialized counselors for just about anything that you can ask for. So 988 is always one of the things that we got going. Also, huge shout out, that voice on there was Skylar's voice in that song, and by the third time you listen to it, you're gonna be singing it in the shower like all day. So thank you so much, Skylar, for that awesome intro. Really appreciate it, and can't wait to see next week's as I put that on you. Anyways, over to you, Skylar.
Yeah, so in regards to that song, that is called We Are Stronghold. I want to give a big shout out to Matt McCune and Nova Scotia, the band Nova Scotia. He helped, put that together, and If you want to see more of his work, or if you're looking for a studio to do any recording, check him out, Matt McEwen at monstermusicman.com. I'll drop that in the chat as well, but monstermusicman.com, and he's great to work with, super fun, and makes the process very easy as well. So that's all I've got. I'm gonna try to pop that song on Spotify. I gotta learn how to Spotify things. So,
We do need a Spotify channel. So someone was saying we need to can you do video streams on Spotify, or is it just podcasts?
I think just podcasts.
Maybe that's our next venture. You know what I
All
mean?
you have to do is just port the audio over and then
True.
something. But
True.
that is beeps and squeaks, which is unfortunately in Skylar's purview. Congratulations, Skylar.
We're all slowly beeps and squeaksing as we run through this. We're missing a couple folks today, to include Miran, who is out defending the world in Gila Bend. And if you know, you know. And Poison is out in New England, just being strangled by wires and Wi-Fi and things like that, as does happen. It's a big bad guy, ends up being Xfinity or AT&T or something like that in the end. So we'll see him maybe next week or the week after, depending on what develops today. But I'll be a good Gwen for Poison today, I promise. That being said, let's roll some dice.
You've got to heal everybody and keep everybody alive.
Sure.
Channel your inner Gwen.
Why would I not
He
do
heals
that?
me. He heals me. That's what he does. He's really good at it.
Yeah.
Let's roll some dice and see. Let's roll
Higher low.
let you know when I look at you guys' reactions. We'll go high today.
Oh no. 19.
Oh, except for you, Aaron. Yeah, because it's been a minute.
I'd be like, we fought a dragon.
Yeah. Cryovane is dead.
in a dungeon.
we, and then they did stuff. That's what I did. I fought a dragon.
Who got higher in 15?
19.
Got a 19? Take it away, Aaron.
No, okay. Right, so last week it was the aftermath of the Giants and Magmin fight. We managed to get everybody back up and right. It was a bit touch and go. We spent the first bit of the session making sure we could heal everybody and check everybody was okay. We checked what the fire giants were up to, and we found that they had this. They were digging, and we searched the fire giants. We found Darl's Halgar, which is a name we saved from the fire. He was an ex-adventurer from Waterdeep. We then went to see Garatha Chandral, who was giving out orders, and the townsfolk were basically ignoring her and giving her grief and just moaning lots. A heroic person decided to have a go at them and put them in their place. He was really good. I don't know who he was, but he's really good. Really put them in the place and basically told them to shut up and get on with their life. We then went into the keep with Defra, and we were asked to travel to Everlund, and so to give a badge to sort of say, so we could sort of help out, and so they can get the militia here. They reckon it'll take about 2 days to order the militia. She said something that I think we just totally ignored about the white wheel may refit us or something, and we didn't even go to the white wheel. We just blatantly ignored that plot line. We then we went then to the 6th window. The troll had took some serious damage, so we were trying to find somewhere else to stay. I went through a few different places, and we found a really nice place. It's called the Ever Wyvern House, and we decided not to mention that to Blandina because she would never leave there because it's a bit too posh. So we left that one. We then met a person called Bryce. Yeah, we met a person, Bryce, with Sandia. They did a lot of talking and sort of finding out a few things, lots of sneaking around, and they found about Bryce is in the Arcane Brotherhood. We found a Rod of Vonindod, on the Giant, which is a massive sort of 12, 14-foot piece of Mordite that is able to locate objects a number of times a day. We also found a white little dwarf made of scrimshaw from the Knucklehead area of 10 Towns, if anybody knows what that is. And it was looks like it was carved by Regis, and it's to it depicts Brynner Battlehammer, so that is now Puent's most prized possession. He's never letting that go, so that's done. We then met a lady being dragged by 3 mastiffs, and we basically, she runs the North Shield house. We went and stayed there. She has a friend called Harthos Zothman in Zothman Hall, saying he's a giant slayer. We should go there and get some help. We talked to Galdron regarding the Mordite ring. We got a tube from him with a note in about a recommendation to sort of give to the king and queen of Citadel Felbar. We then got a wagon. We got some horses. We deliver some harnesses. We're getting paid for that. We then said that there's the Magathors are a big family from Waterdeep, and there is a carriage in Everlund that may have magical items and stuff, and she's going to tell us where they are. We then, Doras wants us to go to Zenithar Keep, south to Long Saddle, and wanted to also, apparently there's somebody they want to kill, somebody that we got a fight called Weevil, it's worth 5,000 gold, wanted dead or alive. We then had a conversation about Zenithar Keep. We then checked in with Gelran before we gone. We then had a big discussion of how we're going. We received a map from the people up north that had lots of little crosses on that we knew where to go. With that map, based on that map and where we are going, we used the Farun version of Google Maps to plot our journey going forwards, and decided that we're going to go east to Yartar, through there, then go drop south to deliver the saddles, and then curl up round north through a couple of the giant relic sites. Not that we have any idea what we're looking for on these relic sites, we just got across, go here. So, hey, there you go, that's the recap.
I can't believe you took that many notes. That's a strong inspiration right there. That was really good. That was fantastic. Yep. So there's a party inspiration floating around for the day that you guys never use, that I highly recommend. Oh, you used one last time, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You did not. Yeah. All right. That was great. So as I mentioned, you guys are we in the 6 windows or the North Shield house? I think I confused myself last time.
North Shield House.
Okay. So you guys wake up in the morning, as I mentioned, off channel when when you all came in. It's in the morning. You guys are level 6 and fully rested. You guys come out of your rooms, and you smell warm bread being made downstairs. Of course, there's like coffees and teas and scents. And Urgala, Meltimer, who's a strong-willed woman that was very stern about, adventures mucking up her house. But the fact that you guys saved the town, she gave you guys a quest as well, if I remember correctly. She was the one that knew the guy, not Zonathal's tower, not to be confused with.
Yeah, the Giant Slayer. The Giant Slayer at
Morgan Hall.
That's right. And you smell like just the fire crackling in the morning. It's pretty brisk. There's two stoves. There's like a cast iron stove for heat, and then there's a fireplace that's got like a pot on it, so it's a really warm cottage. And you can smell just a tinge of burning flesh, which is a giant smoldering pile of fire giants and orcs and axebeaks that are outside. The axebeaks were being cut up for a feast and distributed in the market, and you can hear basic like baying and things like that of animals moving into the market and getting on with their lives. If you look out, a small window in one of your rooms, you can see there hadn't been a whole lot of damage done to the town. Now the talking troll has a giant sized rock through the front door, but you see someone out there cracking away, and he's got like a bit of a tarp over the door, and he's making the best of it. But we'll say Flynn for you, just to kind of give you a diddle-doop, this is what happened. Ding Dong Johnson, artist formerly known as Rondon Raskins, that you guys met in Phandalin when you were leaving.
Minor.
Yep, when you left the forge, the Dwarven Forge to come to Tribord, you saw him and Daisy and Daryl, and you hopped in with them. You arrived last night, so that's kind of your thing as we move around the table here. I'll hold off on your RP so that you can build up as folks kind of talk. We'll start with Lawrence, and then we'll go to Sharon on deck for things you want to do first thing in the morning.
I'm gonna go down and see if I can get a cup of coffee and just a small breakfast.
The coffee. Danishes.
Yeah, there's a clear container with Cheerios.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On the side, and really hot coffee.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go down. Kind of prepare an area for the rest of the party.
Yep.
To come sit. And as soon as people start funneling down, I'm going to try and get a feeling for what's next.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I think I'll send you a map, Skylar, if you want to. Do you want to use that bottom screen for a map? Do you want
I
me
can
to?
do that.
Okay, I'll
I can
send
do that.
you the latest and greatest. I took a snap of the region you guys are at. There you go. And this is not the one that has like grandfather tree with a red dot. You click on it and you can see how many dryads live there and all that sort of stuff. There's one for you. Okay, so you wake up. Urgala, Meltimer quickly brushes off some tables, and she's got like 2 bowls of water with like fresh cloths. If you guys want to bandage up some wounds and stuff like that, she sees you as you walk down. She kind of slides it over to you, but doesn't like make any. She's like, yeah, rough one, and she sits down some coffee, and she's like, please relax before it gets too busy in here. She's like, I've already had a few callers. The sun's just coming up. She's like, I would expect some folks, if you guys don't leave here soon, you know what I mean, you guys are gonna get inundated with a bunch of people. And you could hear her shooing people away from outside.
Okay.
Sonia comes. You come downstairs. You see a ranger just sitting down, scooching in his chair as well.
I'll join them at the table for some coffee and some breakfast. Try and get to know people a little bit better. Obviously, I didn't have much interaction with Kotal because we were at opposite ends of the town. So I'll introduce myself and say I'll be joining you, and I'll look forward to our adventures together.
He nods. I watched.
One of those silent guys.
Yeah. Typical half orc. Just kind of nods and.
Speak softly. Big thing.
Urgala asks you, she's like, do you need anything special? She's like, tea. You said coffee, and she, drops a thick porcelain mugs next to you, and there's like she lays down like a, circular loaf of bread for you guys just to like rip open. I feel like that's kind of tight. And then there's various like bacon sitting out as well. There you go. Let's see. We'll go to Puent. Grumpy wakes up. Do you want to turn your spirit guardians on now?
If you let
I
me
made
keep them on all
myself
day, I'll turn them on. If you let me keep them on all day, I'll turn them on now.
Sure, I will. Go for it. Yeah. We'll see.
I come down. I sort of, as I come down, one of my pauldrons is now a little bit more shiny, a little bit more sort of geared up. I've sorted out really nearly one arm of my armor, so that's been sorted out last night. I sit down, look over at Kotor and Sanya, and sort of get a mug of coffee, drink it down, and realise that this lady is sort of shooing people away. And I sort of go, do you know, if you be a bit more blunter, I know it can be a bit tricky, they stop bothering you after a while.
I can do that, but I tend to run out of business. You know, she's like scraping. She's like, and she has this fake smile. She's like, you can tell she's a bit ornery too.
Yeah. Sometimes people just don't seem to want to do things themselves these days. They always want to give it to somebody else.
Oh, she grabs you a big thing of bacon and just sets it down. Yeah, she's like, I like you.
If you need any help, let me know, but we'll get out of your hair as soon as we can.
I can manage. And then, you know, her and the 3 dogs like follow her and sit down next to where she works, next to a pot.
And I'll dig into my bacon and enjoy the baconness.
All right, we'll go the sorcerer and then Blandina. Heineken, you're up next. You start hearing a clamor. You smell the bacon. You're like Scooby-Doo, or you start flying with the smells of bacon. Which I'm making myself really hungry right now.
I shouldn't tell you what I just crushed then. So
Whatever you decide.
It's just bullets.
So yeah, I'm gonna go downstairs, make myself food, and then I'm gonna go outside, talk to my animal friends, and share.
Okay.
You know,
Animals are way less feral than you've noticed. They've been very skittish because of the Drakhorn, but things seem. We wake up today, there's a calm, like you slept really well. You weren't, you know, woken up in the middle of the night. You got used to the vibrations and things like that, but it seemed to have stopped. And as you go outside, you see people standing around the job board as, you know, people are tacking up, you know, the newest Baldur's Gate Gazette or whatever the hell just popped up. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there's a canon term for whatever newspapers out there, the Waterdavian Times, you know, or whatever. So they're.
we still haven't hit Craigslist yet or Facebook yard sale.
Yeah, no, yeah. There's no social media in Faerun just yet.
Yeah. So my intention as I go outside and to commune with the small beasts of the land, if you will, you know. Make my offerings of food to the random birds. Not going to use the staff just yet. Still feel a little guilty about the geese, gooses.
Yeah. That did happen.
Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, my intention is try and gather as much, you know, kind of intel as I can from, you know, see what's going on.
Yep. There's just a small like chickadee that's cracking away at you know, an acorn next to you, and you get the sense that you know, it's like calmer. It's not really interacting or saying hi or anything like that, but you get the sense that it's talking to other birds and like saying it's safe, you know, it's safe now, and you know, come out. That's kind of what you hear. Not necessarily what I would say. The juxtaposition of this is it's not necessarily the giants. You're getting the feeling, and you all are, that the dragon crisis is calming. Not to say that in the back of your mind, like, oh, maybe the dragons are going to have to come back now. You know what I mean? Like, so there's going to be, it's going to be, although you hear people like, you know, going back and forth about how it's still unstable, all those good armies that went down there, there were a significant amount of bad armies that came from the north, and those armies are going to have to come back as well. But for right now, there's a relative, peace.
Okay, I'm satisfied.
Lots of seems like spouses outside the job board as well. You do pick up that much like Starship Troopers, they're waiting for lists of names to come out. And then Blandina.
So I stayed up late with Bryce, poring over the books and learning as much, helping him record as much information about the Giants as we could, and learning.
Yep.
Copying his book, he could copy my book. So I'm probably going to sleep in a little bit and walk down probably close to the end of breakfast.
Okay.
But in the meantime, while I was sleeping, I got a rude, what I'm calling a rude message from Bork over the sending stone. It's just like, and apparently, so after that, I'm gonna wake up just frazzled and come downstairs and throw my Brandley mug up on the table and ask for a mocha choco latte and a kale salad.
She brings over coffee. Yeah, she brings over coffee, and she has like 2 carrots. You know what I mean? And like sits down and kind of looks at Puent, and
You don't have kale salad?
oh, this is the best kale salad that you'll see on this side of the What is it, the Everlund house? And it's 2 carrots. Yeah.
Whatever. Take up my giant ass mug and 2 carrots and go sit next to Puent, and I go, we got a message from
Wait
Bork.
a minute. Are you describing a Stanley?
Yep, he just
Yep.
did.
Oh gosh.
Who is Stanley in this room?
Yeah. Okay.
Stanley, it's brand.
No
It's
one's
Brandley. It's a Brandley.
Okay. I got it. Okay.
Sit down next to Puent, and we got a message from Bork. Apparently they
Yeah.
well, I'll just read it to you. Raven's Rock is clear. We found giant artifacts. Sir Tim doesn't have lycanthropy anymore. Wait. Tim had lycanthropy? This is
Oh,
weird.
and I turned to Blandine and go, you've got more in common than you think.
Irony.
That's weird. Ugh. And they're in Mirabar. Where's Mirabar?
Well, Mirabar's the opposite way to where we're going. They're north about about 10 days.
Oh, well, that's what we got.
Either it's a couple days or a 10-day. Yeah, you know what I mean? You're in favor. It's gonna be a 10-day.
I
Is
don't
it
look
7?
great. I don't look my normal self. So I'm just gonna have to press the digitation and make myself look pretty.
I go, Blandina, if you had some bacon, it'd make you feel better.
What is this bacon you talk of?
You see
Look,
strips of like dripping, greasy, like, long pieces of meat with fat on the sides. Looks just delicious.
I scoot
But to
down.
you, maybe not.
I scoot down to the other side of the other side of the bench. I'm like, no, I'm okay. And I'll
You
just
don't know what
Urkala
you're
does
missing.
come up, and she does give you some greens. And she's like, thank you so much for what you've done in the town. And then she grabs a piece of bacon and like looks at you and eats the bacon.
I just pick I pick up the kale and I go,
It's a stare off. So,
Yes.
you guys are sitting around the table. What's it gonna be?
I'll
Well.
turn to Blandina and Heineken. Actually, is Flynn there with us now? Or is he?
Yeah. Oh, Flynn. Yes, Flynn. I'm sorry, I didn't get back to. You've been waiting. Yep. You come down. Flynn. creaks down the stairs. The hero of Cryovane.
So am I coming in on
As he's
the
walking
You're
towards
already
us,
there. You stayed. Ding Dong Johnson, he's outside, tending to the animals, and you hear them, but you're just kind of the last awake. You had a long trip yesterday.
coming down the stairs? I assume it's entering into the common room, seeing everybody at the table. I'm like, holy shit balls, guys! This fucking cittern is sweet.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You got a magic cistern. That's right. Can't wait to use it.
Are you guys? I kind of sit down. I go, all right, guys. Hold. I start playing a couple of notes to demonstrate
Oh,
the cittern's power. I will then levitate the table that they are sitting at.
ooh. The dogs, the three mastiffs are like, "Oh!" And she's like, "Enough of that." You hear Urgala. I said, no funny business here, sir. You have met Urgala. She's kind of spicy.
Well,
Are you continue playing?
to charm myself.
Okay. Commence charming Urgala Meltimer, who has a stat sheet. Interestingly enough, I do believe.
I'll turn to Blandino when he's doing this and go, do you think
Oh,
he's
she
at
does.
like a gig somewhere?
Look at that.
There she is, Urgala.
I'll
My
turn.
hands
It's like,
over her face.
watch this.
What do you prefer?
Wait, let's see that statue again. Real quick.
Performance? You can go performance?
Yeah.
Okay. Super tight. Oh, wow. You can go with advantage on this one. That's fine.
Are you casting a
played out.
spell?
Oh, you don't need to roll advantage. You're good.
Yeah, 24.
Are you
Okay, yeah.
are you casting a spell or are you?
I'm casting a spell. I was casting a spell through my cittern to cause the table to levitate, and then as I continue playing, I'm just trying to, with that song, charm or persuade
Okay.
the innkeep.
All right. And the dogs. The dogs sit down, and she's like, you can see her just kind of like, oh, I could get into this. We are the Stronghold. She's just like, this is really catchy. Love this. I get this. Oh, okay. And you can see her. You see her grab like a little one of those little glasses of port. You see her just kind of off to the side, like take a sip, and she probably doesn't let her hair down that much. But yeah, she
Your
takes a sip.
place.
Yeah.
Like just
She's just, she's a little uptight.
True. What I like about you.
But yeah, you guys see him start playing this thing. The table elevates. You see the three dogs start barking. Urgala starts yelling at them. She's like, no, I'm actually kind of into this, which lets you guys know that this thing does have
the power of rock.
yeah, the power of rock.
Yeah. It's got to be pretty good because most people tell Flynn to shut up.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
it's more so on the lines of a very medieval version of every rose has its thorn by poison.
Okay. Every cowboy. Okay.
Hey,
Bard-
Bard,
Yeah,
hey,
you hear
Bard
Don
man.
John, Ding Dong Johnson walk in, singing Poison as well. Every
Could you play something like What an Elf Wants?
Yeah.
what an elf wants. Yeah.
Lynn, I have a question for you. Where have you been for the past 3 or 4 days? You been playing a gig somewhere?
Yeah. Down in Stronghold, just defending the needy. Just trying to take care of those folks because you guys clearly had something else to do.
Did you give them an Irish goodbye before you left? That was the fourth wall. In case you guys didn't know.
But yeah, just was trying to take care of them, trying to get them set back up. since we were able to defeat Cryovade. So, just trying to get my stuff straight.
Well, I
What do you
can't
guys
wait to
do?
get up to old I Spire Peak to do some prospecting when this is all over. Now that Cryovade's gone.
Dang, I forgot my hat.
So where are we headed? Looks like I'm tagging along with y'all.
Well, it's your cart, so of course you've got to control it.
Oh, it's our cart. Daisy and Daryl, they seem to be really familiar with y'all. What are we gonna do with that gigantic ring you guys had there? Some shiny. And I checked it, and it's not silver.
That's going on your cart.
Ooh. Well, maybe I'll go grab that young man Bryce and we can load her up.
Yep, that's what's got to come with us because, to be honest, wherever the giants came after this, if we leave it in the town, they're just going to go after it again. So we need to get it somewhere safe, and the only place we can think of really get it safe is Citadel Felbar with the dwarfs.
Bergala Meltimer's in the corner, drinking this shot of port. She's like, wow, that's cool. You guys, she's still kind of charmed. She's like, cool, you guys have a death magnet here in town. That's super cool. Awesome. Maybe you should leave soon.
Yeah, we're going to leave, and we're going by Yartar. So that's the way. That's the route we're going. And I turn to the guys and go, I think we need to be on the move and keep on the move as much as we can, really. Because if the giants have got any more of these rods of Volendod that are able to sort of track down items and stuff, it's not going to be long till another fire giant turns up wanting this ring.
I was today years old when I realized all the NPCs that I was making up are in the back of the book. Pete, just... They're all right here this whole time. Every character, I was like Googling pictures of them and stuff. Stupid. Well, that's what Debusa Shane looks like. Okay.
Does it have Long Dong Johnson in there?
No, that was Fandlin, but there is a picture of him. Yeah.
It's like Will.
So it's up to you guys. Talk amongst yourselves. There he is.
Do you have any
So, Flynn, Kotal, do you have any ideas, or should we just get out of here as soon as we can?
Do you have any merch left over from your couple of gigs?
What gigs?
We should just play some gigs to raise funds for the Navy.
No, I was defending the weak and the helpless. Did I just say this?
I thought
Or was my song too soothing for you?
I thought you defended the weak and the helpless with Brock.
Well, that's part of it. Yeah.
Or Baroque and roll.
Yeah,
Whatever's
broken. What?
Oh,
Dude, inspiration.
Steel.
You get an inspiration for that one. That's a dad joke. That's pretty tight.
Steel and strain.
okay.
Well, I'm gonna go get that wheel. And he, you see him walking outside and he's like, Bryce,
We
Where is
better
that?
come with you because
where is that
there's
boy?
no way two of you are putting that ring on this cart. We need to all come and give you a hand. It weighs a lot. And to be honest, unless any of my companions have a better idea, we need to get this ring out of this Tribor as soon as we can.
If you step
I agree.
outside, you can see that, as I look to her name, Doratha Shendrell is outside with the wheel, right? And there's like 3 guards next to it. They're like ready to go. And you see Doratha, she's in front of the sign, the town like job board, trying to you can see her trying to calm people down. There's a bunch of old men, old ladies, and spouses without their spouse standing around this thing, and they looked really perplexed.
Tim, I have to say, I love the fact that those those oxen have helms on.
You thank Goose for that.
So
It's like our oldest minis we have.
Yeah, I'm gonna go upstairs real quick and brush my hair and get actually primped up before we head up.
Okay. Within the hour or so, you still hear Ding Jong Johnson yelling for Bryce, like pounding on his door, and then he gives up, and then he goes off to grab the cart.
So Bryce's door is closed.
Yeah.
it's not anymore.
Oh, you opened it?
It will be open. I'll go down. Sanya, any chance of opening this door?
Yeah, but okay.
He needs to get up, get out, and get on with this thing, because he can't just sleep in. What's he, some teenager?
Yeah, I would say that's what he is.
He
Yeah,
was.
he needs to wake up,
is.
get on with life.
Like, listen, we were up late last night. Let me see. I'll cast Mage Hand just in case he's cast some sort of trap on the door and open the door.
As you say that, I go. Oh, you were with him last. I didn't realize, Blandina. Sorry. Oh, and I'll sit down. And I'll sort of go, come on.
It wasn't like that. Went.
Well,
Open the door with the Mage
if
Hand.
you kept him up late last night, that's up to you. But please keep it between yourselves.
He's dead asleep. His book's off to the side. Like one sock on, one sock off. Just super dead. Asleep. Dead asleep. Surprised he's dead. Yeah.
I didn't kill him, I swear.
He's 17 to 18, Ferunian years old, and he was, you know what I mean? There's like a bag of, like water deep Doritos, like sitting off to the side, like half eaten. There's just trash all over the room. Typical Bryce.
Let's see, what can I do? I'll just cast minor illusion, and it's gonna be the sound of a professor yelling in his ear.
Oh, okay.
Like, Bryce.
Give me one second. I want to see how fast I can find this. That would be sources. If you were going to ask this question, I wanted to see if I could remember something really quick, and I knew I was going to look it up. I'll use my phone.
Are they continuing to try and figure out the door, or is the door open to Bryce's room?
It's open.
Oh, it's open.
He's passed out in the bed.
If he's not waking up, though, he's going to be waken up by some angry dwarf holding him up by his ankles.
I'm trying to wake his ass up.
You're not working.
Let's be realistic here. You can't pick somebody up and hold them up by their ankles. So then
His head just hits the floor. His head just hits the floor.
Yeah,
It's still holding him up by his ankles.
you pick half of him up. You don't really pick him up. He's on the ground.
Just walk in and put a jug of water over him.
Tim,
What?
Sanya's dumped a jug of water over Bryce.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember this person's name real quick. That was his. You asked for his professor?
Well, no, I was just making an illusion of a sound of his professor yelling at him. I wouldn't know.
Oh,
What?
you hear him You hear him yell, "Macatha, oh, stop, stop!" And he gets up, and he's like, "Oh," and he sees you guys, and he covers himself up with his comforter, and like closes his books. You know, you see like there's like him trying to draw runes in his book, and then off to the side there's like a lewd picture, and he kind of, you know what I mean, he closes that up, and he scrambles and then puts it up. You see.
Take it.
You take it. Okay. Yep. Did you take it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. You see, it's just a picture of a female tiefling in red robes.
I already have this issue, so.
He's like, "Give that!" He's like, "Please give that back!" And he grabs it, and you see him fold it up, and you know he puts it in his spell book.
Good, you're awake.
Are we leaving?
I pull another Brandley cup out and shove it in his face. Drink this, get your shit together, and let's go.
He starts scrambling, like putting his shoes on the wrong foot, and kind of spins around and tries to get ready. Tries to do prestidigitation, and you can tell he's doing it wrong, you know, and it's just making things worse.
I look at Quint, I go, "See, I'm useful," and I walk out.
But Sanya woke him up. You did.
No, I cast minor illusion. Tim was just stalling to find a name.
Yeah, stalling. Yeah, I don't know why.
You know
I had
what,
like an OCD moment. I wanted to remember that name.
As you say, I turned to Blandine and say, spells are important, but you could have just sort of dragged him out of bed. That would woke him up.
Hey, Jeremy. But after about an hour, you can tell that the adamantine ring, that's like 10 feet, right? It's huge. Gets rolled into the back of the cart. And Bryce kind of sits in the corner of one. He's a little cold. He's taking his, his cloak and puts it over his shoulders, puts his head down. And you can tell like he's in, puts his earbuds in and just, kind of hangs out in the back.
You for today. Gah.
Doratha Shendrell walks up and she looks at you, Heineken. You've been outside for a while, and she's like, "So, you guys are leaving here soon. I can't express to you how much we appreciate you coming to defend the town, clearing the grove." She's like, "If you can get the message to the Harpers, I think it would be important. I know the head of our order, the Archbishop of Waterdeep, will probably want to get the information as quickly as possible. But as I mentioned..."
Did you say Harper's?
Yes.
I'll lift up my collar and just show her.
Oh, excellent. So then this quest will be important to you as well, for the Harpers. And she reiterates that the fact that fire giants rolling this far south is very rare, and she hasn't seen them this far from the Ice Spires, not to be confused with Ice Spire Peak, in quite a long time. But the order needs to know and figure out what's going on. And she's like, if you can get that, and she looks, she's like, "I can't read any of those, runes that are on this thing. You could probably find someone there that could at least help to figure out what is going on with this thing." And I don't know, finding out what the next step is.
As Blandine is talking to Doratha, I sort of go, "We're going in the opposite direction of Waterdeep, though. We're going east."
If you contact the Harpers there in, what did I say, it was Everlund?
Everlund, yeah.
Everlund.
And she mentions, and I'll visit Danavor's house in Everland and give the badge of the Tribors to her. give the badge to Drawl Thaliv, the one-eyed half-orc proprietor, and they'll get you in touch with the Harpers there.
You got it.
Okay. Sounds legit to me. Heineken is going to kind of step back as Blandina pushes her way forward with this, and he'll do what a good watcher does and just watch.
You notice a well-dressed guy, well-kempt hair, kind of longer in the back and straight. It's Narth Tezerin, one of the dudes that worked in the White Wheel, also comes up behind Aratha and with Othavir and asks if he can put the saddles in the back of the wagon. Like you see them grabbing these the 5 saddles. And mentions going to Nonar's hold, and they start loading up the saddles. And Narth is just like, "Do you guys? Is there anything else that you need from the White Wheel? We're open. Unfortunately, my boss isn't there today. She's grieving the loss of her ex-husband."
Well, what have you got? We've got little gold, but if there's anything that may be useful, I'm sure one of us could find something.
We've got everything that you can think of. We don't have anything, magical here. Maybe if you go to Everlund or Yartar, there are better establishments. Yartar, we know that there is a White Wheel there that does sell some magical items. It looks over at your party and armor and shields and things like that. We have basic, adventuring gear here.
Just a bit of a note, because I didn't write it down, so I just a question for you. This Narth Dedrin that we were putting the 5 saddles, what was he paying us?
He paid you up front. That's a good question. There's a lot of notes in Tribor. Stand by, everybody. 100 gold pieces.
Okay. And that was just 100 up front, and that's all we were getting, wasn't it?
Yep. It seemed like you guys were honest, and if you'll go do this, can't really find anybody else that wants to travel saddles that are this nice with a carriage and make it through all the orcs and things like that. But if you can complete this task, that'd be fantastic. Othavir's trying to make his way. Othavir's kind of standing off the side. You mentioned he was he let on that he was one of the Margaster's kids, and then passed you the, hey, if you can stick it to my family, that'd be pretty tight.
Yeah, and he also said that in Silvery Moon, he's going to give us once we deliver these, he's going to let us know about the carriage and the secret compartment with magic.
He told you all about it. Yep, he mentioned that there's the keep, and off to the side is a carriage house. The carriage stays in there. Underneath the carriage is a false door that you can open up, or not a false door. There's a secret compartment underneath the carriage that magic items are hid.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, we'll get the saddles to you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Also, Fohammer's out there as well. He gave you that letter of recommendation. They're all just kind of standing out, getting ready to give you, wave you guys off. But
I'll show Fohammer my new pauldron and arm, sort of that I'm
okay,
making.
so you're slowly building your plate.
Yeah.
Okay. How long are you giving yourself to build that, or am I giving you that?
Basically, it's 2,000 gold's worth of stuff, and I can do, if I do nothing else with my divine divinity, I can do 300 gold pieces a day.
Okay, got it. So plate being 1,500, 5 days.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, day 1. Yep, got some shiny pauldrons. And it goes to 19 AC from 17 that you have right now, right?
That goes from
Right, so it goes
No,
up.
it goes
plus
from-
2
it
AC.
No, it goes +1 because I'm on
Okay.
18 because I got sprint with my forge. It only goes up by 1. It's not like it goes up by loads.
Okay, got you. Copy loads. All right. And you guys are moving out. You guys moving out? Heading east? East? East.
East to Yard Bar.
Yeah. I'm from. Yeah. We don't know. Okay, I don't know. I remember that part. East. Okay. So you guys preparing to leave? You're putting Tribor behind you? Is this the plan?
Yeah.
All right. They let you
Yep.
know Yartar. This is a well-kept road, and Yartar. If you book it this early, if you leave, you'll make it by tonight. Like
That's the
Yartar
plan.
is not that far away. Obviously, traveling at night would not be wise. Farther down the Desserin Valley, you can follow the Desserin River off to your right the whole way. If you get lost, keep the river to your right, keep the forest to your right. Don't go in the swamps, that kind of stuff. Swamps are
Etc.
bad.
And sort of go, do you know any of the people that run Yaratar? So we need somewhere secure to put this ring and stuff. Is there anyone you recommend or anyone you have?
To be honest with you,
Dealing
and she kind of whispers, she's like, if you want, I can give you something to put over that. Because Yartar, as much as the White Wheel being here, it's a little bit more heavily run by a few unseedy organizations. There's there's some thieves guilds there, and there's a fortress that you have to go through to even. There's like a keep on this bank side of the Desserin River that's for customs, and if you're going to bring this wagon to them, it's going to get searched. They do a very good job of taxing goods to get through Desserin. It reminds me, she says, she kind of looks around, she's like, it reminds me of Baldur's Gate, as if you come from the south of Baldur's Gate to try to move. They take your horses, they do all the things. Now you can move the oxen through, but the customs on this side are pretty tough.
Is there any exemptions to the customs, i.e. gifts or stuff like that we could get this?
She's like, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. The only gift that they would have is taking you for everything you're worth to try to get that through there. She's like, the new water baron is Nestral Ruthiel. Ruthiel is pretty ruthless. Obviously becoming the water baron of that city is not easy. She grew up as the head of the Hands of Yartar. It's an all-female group of thieves. And then, of course, you've got, she kind of looks around, and then competing against them is the Kraken Society, who they run gambling up and down the river from Desserin to Waterdeep, and it's just whoever is the highest thief tends to be the water baron. And I would say that the guards there are noble to the money. They're not evil, but they're definitely bought by. Think of one of these towns like the Patsy's, or think of Veneto or the Firenze. Like there's this family's running this place, and it's just it could turn over.
What was the water baron's name again?
Nestra Ruthiel. Like I said, one day travel up the Evermore Way. Then you'll reach the Shield Tower, which is a keep that you can't go around. It's a walled city. To the south is the forest. To the north is the Evermore Way. Now you can get through there, but you need to be prepared to pay a tax to get this through, or else.
I get that, but we don't know what this is worth. This is one of those items that, until it's sorted out, but what would they value it at?
I couldn't tell you. The only person that I know that's of value that I can use to influence Nestra is on the other side of Yartar at the Calling Horns. It's just a small inn that's on the that stands between Jundar Pass and the Evermore Way, which you will take if you're heading. Does she know where you're going? You're just going to Evermore.
Yes.
Is all she knows. Yeah, Jundar Pass heads into the High Forest. That's where Calling Horns is there. It's just a place where, you know, maybe hunters or stuff like that go. It's just a halfway, I almost said a halfway house, but a just kind of a pit stop.
I'm just, obviously, you knew which way we were going. You know,
Well, I can't.
other way-
I can't. There's no
I
Harper
get that.
influence there. If you're a Zentarum, if you want to go, yeah.
I get that. I'm just trying to figure out is if we don't want this to get taken off us, because then that will cause problems for people. Is there any way that we can get east and not go through Yarta?
I don't think so. Even the river goes through it. It's designed to be in a spot that's a choke point. She's like, I don't think there's gonna be a problem. She's like, we don't have Harper influence, and if you talk to Kent and the Zentarum, it's like they're not very powerful there either. There are Zentarum, but the Hand of Yartar is probably, if you can find a way to get to them and influence them, maybe that's how you get through. But if you can get to the Hand of Yartar to get you through, even if you go through, which I can imagine you do, she's like, I just wouldn't stay long. You know, I wouldn't stay there overnight because they're gonna get to it. The more the word gets out, you know how this goes. But I can't really help you.
Well, okay. Oh, no, that's not about helping. I'm just trying to. Thanks for letting us know, but it's just obviously just trying to figure out.
I wasn't expecting you
to
to drag this thing, but I appreciate you dragging it out of here. But
Well,
I mean,
it needs to go to Citadel Felbar. It's got to go there.
it sounds like an adventure. And she taps your back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Looks at you guys. Okay.
How big and heavy is this ring?
Yeah. How to describe it? It's big and heavy. It's very big. And very heavy. I don't know. What do we weigh things in? On a rock, shield dwarves.
8 cubits wide.
Yeah. Laven.
4 stones.
Laven bread, many stones. Bone and fragment. 1,000 pounds. It's 2 inches thick, bent broken band of 2-inch thick adamantine, roughly 11 feet long and weighing 1,000 pounds in a C shape. It's not necessarily a circle, but we're gonna make that like that. The way it is on the part down there. It's just a big hulking thing, and it's got runes that you don't understand on it.
Well, give us something to put over it. It'll help. But yeah, we're just gonna have to see what they say.
Hey, Quint, everybody's told me about the strength of dwarves. Can you pick this thing up by yourself and carry it?
No, I can't.
Yeah, they got it in the wagon. So 2 ox.
With Miran's help, with his wonderful gauntlets of ogre strength and other people, it was.
Thanks for the raid, Otter.
Hey, Point, can you forge this down into something?
Unfortunately, this metal is ancient, and we need the fires of Citadel Felbar to be able to melt this type of metal.
Gerald Foamhammer is like, that's the type of armor that if you're wearing that, you can't be hit with certain deadly blows, a critical hit. But it's spicy. We call it Morden where I'm from, or Mordite, but adamantine might be the more common term.
You know, I've heard from somewhere that if you give each person in the party a piece of adamantine,
Baldur's Gate? Yeah.
You might be good.
That's a good way to break the game. Yep.
Even the spellcasters can wear helmets of it, and it's amazing.
Yep, that's what I gave Gale.
Reinforces
Oh no, I couldn't
habit
give Gale.
wizardry.
You can give the cleric.
Yeah, so just I'm gonna just kind of communicate my thought process, like, because this cistern is literally badass. I can actually cast invisibility. And I was hoping that somebody could technically carry the ring. I cast invisibility on the person, therefore they are carrying the ring, and anything the person is carrying goes invisible. But because it's
Sure, this is my favorite type of Dungeons & Dragons. Figuring out how to get the ring through the city.
Or if anybody's got, has anybody got enlarge reduce?
I mean, we can try. Like, it in a way, it's a free spell for me. I just have to rest, and then like this cistern somehow regenerates a lot of the spells that I can use. But that could be.
Flynn, do you have enlarge reduce?
I don't think I have that, to tell you the truth. But does somebody else have it?
Does Bryce have it in his spell
Does
book?
it come in 25 milligrams?
Bryce.
Because if we can do that, it basically because it goes down to half the size, half the weight, it goes down basically quarterized, so it goes to 250 pounds, which then Mirren can actually carry.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking if we can get this thing down enough to where somebody can carry it, I cast invisibility on the person, then it in itself is invisible. Because it's being carried.
Yeah.
Invisible, but still like.
Yeah.
Okay, it's super tight.
So it'd be in the back of
Okay, this is fun. All right. I want to hear your guys' plan. As you guys are describing this, it's in, there is a legit.
So talk to the wheel and see if they've got any growls of enlarge reduce.
That's expansive. Let me see here.
It's only it's actually quite a low level spell.
Is it one?
It's
Is it
third
1 to
level.
3? Third level?
I think.
What's that?
Don't
Is that
quote me.
100 GP? Ah, you know what? You can haggle with Methrin.
Because enlarge reduce is only a second level spell.
Second level. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but he can. He lets you know that there is no white wheel in Yartar. He lets you know, but nope, there is a white wheel there. He's like, but there is a white wheel in Yartar. It's on the outside of the city.
Well, if we
And he's like, I'm certain that place will have, and he's just like, he writes out a note and he hands it to you. And he's just like, they'll trust you to find this and sell it to you. The white wheel is just a tent. They're trying to set up, but I know that they've got good stuff because they're trying to get established on the inside of the city.
so
I turn to Blandina and go, hopefully it's a spell that you or Flynn or someone can learn.
Yes, I believe I can. And
Just have to find.
if we buy it, it would only I could just copy it into my book, and then, ta-da!
yeah, it'd be a little bit harder for me to try to do it, just because there's certain things that I can do by gently strumming my citern. But I think it'd be better in Blandina's hands. But
Do you think it's the fact that they would never trust a bard with an enlarge reduce spell because they know what would happen?
Yeah, they would. All right,
How much? Well, we
Anyway,
can get
moving on.
there to figure it out.
what I was thinking is that what are we buying? So if we turn this thing, if we are able to scale this thing down, turn invisible, put it on a person, and turn them invisible, excuse me, then and we move in, like there is risk to that because I can only maintain concentration on it for an hour. So at some point in time through the city, everybody will be able to see it. And then, but what else are we buying with that? Like, if we just move up there, like pay the fee, like, or are they going to try to, you know, claim this as their own? Which, if they do, based off of your conversations earlier, because it seems like the giants are attracted to this thing.
They're tracking it.
Yeah.
Could we just load the cart with a bunch of straw? Hide it? Like, no spells needed, just hide a bunch of straw.
I'm surprised you guys didn't hear the wheels creaking on this thing when it was being rolled in. Pretty heavy. Unless we do the reduce thing and then cover it up. But I'm just trying to see what we're gaining by doing this and then measuring that.
One question.
The other one.
I will say though, this cart is canon from the last campaign. This cart can move some meat. Like this thing, it's highly designed.
It says on the side,
just thinking,
designed by Manu.
Yeah.
If we enlarge, reduce this ring down, it's currently, what's the diameter of it at the moment? Is it 10? Is it 20 feet?
It's 11 feet
long.
So 11 feet. It'll go in half. So it'll go down to 5.5 feet. That would probably fit in the flatbed part of the truck and just look like a bit of metal around the edges.
So
It won't look out of place.
Are you convincing me or you?
Us.
You seem pretty convinced. Just kidding. I'm doing like that. All right. Let me know when you guys are ready to move and you guys have a plan. I'm just standing by. I'm looking. I'm poker face. Seems like a pretty good plan.
We need to do that. I think we need to go in. But what we can do though is we can keep an eye on when we get to the entry point. Keep an eye on it to see if they are sort of casting any detect magics or anything like that. Seems quite a high level spell to waste for just sort of a customs type thing. If they can cast those spells, they can earn more money.
we have a ranger and a new person. Like, could they go forward and kind of scout the area out, see if they're doing anything, and then have them come back as we're at the shop?
Sounds like a plan. Sneak
All
it.
right.
That's what I was saying. Right, guys?
That being said, if you guys are, you have an axe beak and you have 2 oxen. What else do you guys have? Because if you want to make it there by tonight, you might want to be mounted on something.
Where's my war goat?
There's war goats. They're in Felbar.
Those Zentarum guys have some horses. If we need horses. Otherwise, I know the cart can hold a Manu. So
so there's the ring, the full ring is in it right now. Bryce, you're never gonna get him to walk. There's 2 places to sit in the front of the cart, right? Unless there's a large person, but that was where Manu sat. So there's 2 spots there. Obviously, Heineken can fit just about anywhere. Axbeak you can sit on. And don't forget there's 5 saddles. So the back is pretty much taken up, I'll say.
that's fair.
Well, we need to get some horses then and get going because we've been dawdling too long and we're not going to get there before. We'll talk to what's her name, Doratha, and say we need to borrow some horses to get to Yartar.
You want to borrow horses? He's like,
We ain't got
borrow
the money to buy them. How much are horses?
I'm looking around. I'm looking. Yeah, almost there.
There was like 2 spots to buy horses. The Zentarum had the good horses, and then there was another.
Wainwright. I think it's Wainwright's wagons. I think it was, but yes, there's a second spot.
You're looking
Triboard.
at normal riding horses. They're 75 gold, give or take. DM fee.
Okay.
It costs as much as a healing potion?
It's a horse, man. So you don't have to worry about Mirren because he can find Steed. You know what I mean? Like he's good to go. How many horses do you want, and where do you plan on going? There's 2 spots where you can get horses.
I would rather not deal with the Zentrum if we had a choice.
Was it
But
Aldo and
there's one
Hingo?
place we can go.
The Happy Horse Ranch.
Original.
That sounds
that-
like a place outside of Las Vegas.
So you
It really does.
Just outside Clark County?
Yeah. It's definitely blacklisted. Yeah. So you remember when you showed up, Janelle Carnveller had mentioned that her 2 of her sons were out with the watch, and one of them had died. Remember that Aldo and Hingo? Do you know that one of her sons recently passed away? So you got that going for you. But there's Rasco is one of her sons, and Hindo is alive. Hingo.
Yeah, we just need to go. We're going to see some prices for some riding horses, and we can get. Actually, it's the choice we either get the horse. This horse and cart. How fast does it move?
You can also buy ponies here as well, Doratha says, and she points you towards 2 women she calls spinsters. Marivold's Pony Park.
I'm just saying, the cart we've got, is it being the oxen that are pulling it? Do they pull it at like a normal draft horse speed?
Yeah, it's Daryl and Daisy.
Yeah.
they move out
Basically,
pretty fast.
All we need to buy then is draft horses, which are about 50 gold pieces each, because we don't need to have riding horses that go faster, because we got to go with the speed of the cart.
There are so from what if you're talking to Doratha's there, she waves up Roscoe, who is on duty as one of the town watch, and he mentions that his house has 3 draft horses and 2 ponies for sale. And he knows there's at least 5 ponies for sale at Marivold's Pony Park. If you want 3 war horses or 6 war horses or whatnot, that's across the street. Like Chargers, they have up to 6 for sale across with the Zentarum.
Yeah. That's a
And you can
little
see
bit
him
out of our
walking.
price.
You can see the guy that's the Zentarum. You can see him walking across the street coming at you right now, and he's got a big white cowboy hat, you know what I mean, and he's ready to sell. Yeah. I can feel it in my plums. You hear him saying, "The juice."
We haven't got enough money for war horses. We are not that loaded.
How
I'm sure
great.
I've got you a deal.
Why can't we should totally be the pony party.
The pony party? No, that's a terrible idea.
But it is a Blandina idea.
Look at Heineken and his face right now.
Yeah.
No. Right. So how many of us are there? So we've got Flynn.
Yeah, everybody's got a
We've
discount.
got Flynn, Kotal, Puent, Sanya, Blandina, and Heineken's. We've got 6 people. Luckily, Heineken's tiny, so he can double up on a horse somewhere relatively easy.
I got the axe beak.
Hingo, Roscoe looks at you and says,
Yeah, you got.
before the Zentarum guy comes up, he looks at you, Puent, as it looks like you're kind of talking. He looks over at Quaddle as well, and he's like, my brother's not going to need his horse anymore. I can sell the 3 horses and a pony. I can go for 125 gold. But we need some of that money to make up for losing our brother and some of that paid. But 125 gold, I can give you the 3 horses and a pony. I want to keep one of those ponies to sell at full price.
I turn to the group and say, "That's probably enough for all of us. We're probably fine."
Yep.
Oh,
So, oh, whoa! Hey, we got chargers over here. Hey,
this interest rate is
he takes off his hat. I'm
100%.
succotash, and he turns around and leaves.
Lowest interest rate you'll get.
Yeah, Zentarum horses.
Does he have a big red like
Oh, he does
handlebar
now.
mustache?
Yep, sure does. Sure does.
Is he only about yay tall?
Yeah, big Enos Burdette.
Big.
Not little Enos, big Enos Burdette. Isn't that Smokey and the Bandit? The one that gave them the quest to go deliver the beer?
Big Enos.
Yeah.
Venus. Venus Burnett.
Damn stick. All right. Anywho, so he walks up after about 30 more minutes. Probably gonna have to start booking it, but he brings up 3 horses and a pony, and you guys can distribute that where you want. Axebeak's good to go, and they're saddled. Not really good saddles, right? You know, there's some cracks in the leather and things like that, but if you go too hard in the paint on them, it'll rip or tear probably. But
We do have the good saddles.
you do have 5 perfect saddles. And Nathrin's like, if you, I would appreciate if those arrived in mint condition.
Okay, so we can take some animal fat that I'm storing for cooking and other, leather preservation stuff.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go up to all the saddles. I'm gonna have Flynn help me out.
Yep.
And we're gonna go up to the saddles and just.
If you do that over short rests and things like that, I'll say that you can restore these things if that is your plan. As long as you heard what I said and you do, these saddles can be restored as long as during your rests that's plugged into some of the time. Okay. Cool. Still in Tribor. Man, this is the longest run of just RP I've had in a long time. I'm on 5.5 hours. I'm gonna kill you. I must war. So, do you depart? Do you put Tribor behind you? Do you head east? All right. Come on.
We're off.
You
We're
hear
out of here.
Ding Dong
Let's go.
Johnson.
We're out of here. Let's go.
All right. Ding Dong Johnson starts muling at the oxen. And it becomes like this chant that he's singing, you know what I mean, along the way. And you hear the Daryl Daisy kind of chant, and you guys move out at a pretty decent clip. The day goes by pretty smoothly. You get the sense that with the Giants rolling in, that was probably enough of a party of baddies that would have flushed out any other goblins or humanoids that would have set a trap in between here and Yartar. And you get the sense also that this road is very well traveled. You see some folks going by you with goods that they're going to probably sell in Tribor the very next day. You get the sense of the goods are full going this way and empty, you know what I mean, heading out, as Yartar is probably a spot where, because of the Desserin River, goods come in there. Desserin River, I believe, goes all the way to Waterdeep from what I remember. It does, or it doesn't, or it connects to something else, but it gets down south. You guys travel pretty smoothly throughout the day. You guys take your short rests, and the road becomes more traversed. You see more people coming in and out. You start seeing a lot more farmlands. I don't want to say subdivisions, but you see places where like a whole family will take a road. You know what I mean? It's like Smith Street, and more Smiths start living out there, and you feel a little bit more secure that you are finally returning to what appears to be a populous location. As you arrive, you do see a typical like a trucker campground. You see a pretty large spot where outside large city walls, and I'll post a picture of Yartar here in a second, or a map for Skylar. But you do see that there's a fortress on this side of the bank, and it connects through weird, like you see these chains go into the river, across the river to the other side of the circular fortress of this place, where you get the sense right away that this is they know what they're doing here. This isn't some ramshackled business. And you see a flag of the Lord's Alliance. I think it's a red flag with a yellow crown on it with some shit in the center of it. Anyways, look it up. But it's the flag of the Lord's Alliance. To you guys, that's society. To you, you get like, you know what I mean? Like that's Walmart energy that you're seeing right there. That's but you haven't seen a Lord's Alliance flag since Waterdeep, right? Like this is another protectorate or a main place where a lord is here, which I gave your name, the Water Baron. But there is a campground off to your right, and you do know that that's where Nesserin told you that there's a white wheel inside that looks like a very structured campground. It's not kind of a mess. There's a street down the center of it. You know what I mean? And in the middle there seems to be a larger tent where there's probably someone there that needs a couple coins if you're gonna stay in this place. That makes sense? Yep, you guys cruise down the road. I'll describe to you things that you can do. There's all various ranches off to your left. To the right is this larger campground. It looks like there's a job board kind of thing out front where someone's standing out there to probably give you a ticket for a campground spot. But to your front is two large bastions with a very big portcullis that you can fit probably two Daryls and Daisies abreast, heading in both directions. You see it from the distance. You see the portcullis go up, and then on the inside there's another portcullis, right? So you get the sense that like they let you in, and there's probably 4 carts waiting to go inside this place as various chainmailed dudes with halberds kind of walking around and like looking at stuff and waving people away or whatever. Does that make sense? We'll see who wants to go. Did you guys want to go forward?
Yeah.
Ahead of this? Go ahead and do your retroactive. That's what you saw when you arrived. Okay. You made it there, no problem, on an axe beak. And who went with you? Sonya? Sonya, did you take one of the draft horses? Okay, so you and Sonya arrive roughly. How long do you want to be ahead of them? Hour, half hour?
Probably an hour. Give us plenty of time to.
So what I can say is you guys saw that, and you can report that back to them, and then you can have your initiative on the town of how you want to get to the campground and stuff.
Hey, thanks for the resub, Azure Sock.
Dude, thank you so much.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Sonya, I was thinking 15 minutes ahead of the party.
Okay.
So, scouting ahead. We see everything you described.
Yep, you can either be there or report it. Do you want to do more? You want to do more scouting?
I want to look a little deeper.
Okay.
But too hot, so.
That's okay. You've got a little bit of time if you describe what you're trying to do, right? So my thing is if you're like, hey, as a ranger, I want to cruise around the edges or blah, 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 I'll give you advantage on that stuff. If you tell me what you want to do, if you're just going to walk up and be like, I want to see things, Nope.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So it looks like there's a lot of tree lines I can kind of skirt.
Yep.
So staying within the tree lines on the axe peak, trying to peek in there. I have my my spotting scope.
Yep. Oh, that's right.
The broken spotting scope.
That's right.
So
I forgot what we're gonna do with that. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm going to pull that out and then try and look to see if it's just the portcullis entry.
Yep.
If there's only one portcullis, if there's multiple. If I can get a gauge on the body language of any of the guards.
Okay. Sonya, you just hanging out with him? What are you doing while he found a spot where he can overlook this area and kind of get a better assessment?
I want to try and get a bit closer because I want to see if there's any spells being cast. So like detective, like
Okay.
if there's any detecting
Yep.
magic going on stuff that's going through.
There's enough of a crowd where you could, from your mind, that you could walk up there. There's enough like kids and things like that where these 4 guards that are walking up, they walk up and they walk back just to make sure there's nothing crazy going on. And they're holding people before the portcullis opens. Like, so you get the sense that the portcullis on the inside opens, they cross a bridge, it closes, they open up this side of the portcullis, and someone comes in. By the time you get there, there's still 4. You can tell that they've gone through this before. And there are 2. There is on the right-hand side, you see a walking gate for people that are just walking through. And there's 1 guard there, and he has them like open up their bags and just kind of lets them go through.
So there's no sort of look like anything's being cast or.
You can roll if I like for you guys to decide, like if it's on your initiative, you can either roll a perceive or an investigate. If you want to do athletics or acrobatics on something, that's up to you guys. Persuade, deceive.
Perception.
Right, because you would walk up and you'd use your best technique on this. Yep, so perception was a what?
Oh.
And if you describe to me how you're doing this, you can have advantage, like how you're gonna perceive this. Like I walked up, I hung out in the crowd, and I got in with that kind of thing.
I do this through, but I just want to sort of mingle around, see what I can look, if I can get any feelings for any magic or anything happening.
Yep.
Or if I can see anything other than just the guard moving up and down, checking.
Would you roll so that I can see what I can tell you kind of what you saw based on that? Then you can roll with advantage. 13?
No, I got higher than that now. Then if I rolled with advantage, 23.
Okay. You were able to realize as you get closer that you noticed that someone had a bow on their back and a couple blades. They looked at them and they handed them a piece of paper, and they signed stuff. And they're like, "Hey, if you're gonna bring," you hear them talking, and the guy hands them like 5 gold pieces, and you can get this back. You can get this money back once you've left here with these weapons and it didn't, cause any harm. That was just like some sort of like, well, hang on to this if you don't cause any trouble. So you get the sense right there that they're going to check for weapons, and it's about it's 5 gold to bring weapons in, and they keep it there, and they'll give it back to you on the other side if you don't cause any problems. Then as you kind of see this, you get the sense that you're going to have to sign for something if you want to go for any farther, right? But then you could see through the door that it's just they're kind of just ruffling through stuff. If there's hay, they're moving things around. They do a quick check under stuff. They ask what goods they have, and there's someone there scribing down what they say that they have, and then they take, you know what I mean? They take a tax. You couldn't tell. There's like this nerd there with a monocle, and you're just like, 5 gold for the, you know what I mean? If you're, or it's like it's like copper and silver for the tax. It's nothing like too heavy. And then they move on. But you got the sense that they were more concerned with the goods that were coming in than checking for spells or anything. There's so many people going through. They don't have a spellcaster that can sit there and cast spells all day long on stuff.
Cool. I will start to head back to Kotal.
Okay, go ahead and roll for what you got as well. From what you see, advantage as well, since you found a good hide site. Oh, you don't say ooh that often.
Oh, it was the same roll for both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, you weird dice. Is that the bone dice? Maybe it's like real cursed bone dude.
These ones aren't. Might be this new dice tray.
Do they have bones in it?
I saw a place that someone made dice from bone, and I was like, is that illegal?
Because like I had these dice that have little like skulls in them, and it off weights them so they don't roll right.
Oh.
15.
It's all right if they roll the right, if they've got an off weight in the right direction.
You were able to pick up, you watched her go up. You know what I mean? Like, I'll say, like, hey, you knew she was going to do what she was going to do, and you kind of followed her up there. As you were watching, you saw kind of a low threat check on the outside, then a little bit of higher. You know, you couldn't see what was going on in there. So you decided to scan other things. You saw pretty girthy chains crossing, and you see a fair bit of barges kind of waiting, and they're getting inspected as well. You get the sense that they only open the chains at X amount of time, and then they move through. It's getting dark, and from the opposite side to the north, where the Desserin River see, you see a 3-masted longship depart Yartar. It has 20 oars on like each side. You haven't seen something this ornate in a very long time, and your 15 is just like, wow, that was really cool. And you kind of watch it. You watch this longboat kind of depart.
Can I roll a history check on that?
Sure. A 5? Yeah, it doesn't historically see the river here is probably 200 meters wide. Looks real deep. This thing cuts deep water it can cut deep water, so you get the sense as a ranger, deep water, right? Fast moving water. The sails weren't even like, the sails were up and it was still rowing, and this thing it was out of town. Okay. You saw some heads walking it, but that kind of looked neat. It's just Yartar. I gave you a little bit of Yartar lore stuff. You don't know the name of it. You're kind of thinking like, have I ever heard of that before? But other than that, a lot of farm animals. You see, as you check the edges, there are heads going back and forth. You know what I mean? Like, there's no going over the walls. There's no crossing this river with probably not getting jumped with a party of 9. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna sneak in and you're gonna do whatever, it's gonna have to be it's gonna be a slow move. You were able to see into the city through the gap, I'll say, because you're ranger in as well with a 15. You see a center palace. Everything looks circular around this palace. Looks about, you could gauge, 20,000 people live in this place, plus or minus.
Okay.
50.
At this point, I'm going to keep scanning and then looking for Sonya to meet back up with me so we can go meet the party and lead them.
Okay. Well, you guys didn't describe it, and I like to do what I call I'm going to Pete you on this one. So how do you guys link up? So you leave. How do you leave and how do you link up? What's your plan? Because Sonya's just turning around and cruising back, and you.
I haven't moved.
Okay. And she knows where you were at? Okay. All right. So that's how you guys link up. I said, what would Pete do? He would make this painful.
Pete the painful.
Yep. So you guys link up, and you guys want to head back to the party? Yep. So you guys head back to the party, and you guys can regurgitate this as you please. For the effort of these things, everything that you guys heard, unless you want to keep something from the party, they all know. Does that make sense?
Yep. I think it benefits the party to
Tim,
hear everything that we were that we saw.
I heard someone say Tim. Was that you?
That was
behind
me.
it? Okay.
So the only thing I'd like to do is we're, bebopping down the road here. Again, keeping true to my gnomish self, communing with animals, looking to glean any kind of vibe, if you will, as we're going into town. Is everything on the up and up? Just kind of surveying the creatures, using a perception check, and that's a 50.
Yep. The creatures aren't that skittish. As a matter of fact, as you start talking these things and you notice as well, you're seeing a lot like calmer animals everywhere. Like, things aren't as jumpy as they were, but things are calming down. There's nothing crazy. Like, you're not getting a vibe that there's some shadow fell inside this thing that's like keeping monsters out. The town looks, it's the Lord's Alliance. It's got its rules. You know what I mean? Like, yes, are there thieves in this thing? What are you gonna do? It's the Forgotten Realms. You know what I mean? There's always a Chicago somewhere. Yeah, I said it. See you in March, Chicago. I'll wear a vest. Yeah.
And you said it's getting dark.
Yes.
Why do you think it would be smart to camp off to the side here overnight?
Well, you were saying, from what these guys were saying, it's not that expensive to get through. They're saying it's relatively. I think we just go through with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's dusky. Yeah, that's by the time you guys get back, like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's not full. The sun is setting. The sun is still up, but it's, you know what I mean? Like,
we get through. They're going to charge us for all our weapons. We know that. We've got. So the other option is there is a bit of room in the bag of holding, and our weapons don't weigh that much. We could put a lot of our weapons in there and just keep one or two on us so we don't get charged the earth for going through. And we just say that this is a decorative item that I'm delivering to Castle Thelbar. It needs to. If they don't seem to be doing a huge amount of checks, I doubt they're going to know what material it's made of.
Yeah.
It's not a common material in the realms by any stretch of the imagination. I'd never even seen it.
I would say Sania, the guy with the monocle, seemed to not look like an idiot. Yeah.
But what was he charging? Obviously, you said he was charging for the weapons, but when goods were going through, was he just making up some number, or?
Well, he's got his little notebook and he was writing stuff down and saying like copper and silver pieces for things going through. But something this size and this, it's probably going to be a fair amount.
So you'd get the sense from what he saw there with your level of the perception check that would stand out, and might be something where he called someone in.
Well, two choices, and we either.
Like, horse pretty high.
I think we get to the white wheel and see if they've got the scroll. See how much the scroll is. Because to be honest, I doubt they're going to charge us. The scroll's going to cost a few hundred gold. What percentage are they going to charge for this anyway? It might be more effective. It's that classic play the toll rather than work around the toll.
If I may try to persuade the guy.
Yeah.
Jedi mind trick.
I'm just thinking.
Oh boy.
Are we overcomplicating this and trying to find a way of doing this that costs 250, 300 gold, where the toll might have even been less than that?
The only thing I can think of is, let me try a quick persuasion, and then if not, we bite the bullet and be done with it.
So what do you think, Flynn?
How much does scroll, like that type of scroll you're talking about, usually go for?
Do you read the note from Netherin?
It was like 150 gold.
You can see the note. It says it's basically like it's almost like another letter of recommendation. Like, hey, these are good dudes. Hey, if you can, you know what I mean, like sell the scroll for 100 gold pieces.
So
That's 100 gold.
is that
They're
we
gone.
get the scroll, but we go talk to the person at the white wheel, and talk to them and find out like, hey, how much does this guy typically charge for stuff moving through? Because they would probably know, because they're probably pushing goods in and out through the area, so they may know a little bit more than us just guessing based off of what we got.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
I could also, if it would benefit us to get the scroll anyways, because if I could just copy it into my spell book in 2 hours.
Yeah, I would say we have 25% of the information. If we get the other 50, that gives us a total of 75%. We can make a decision and more informed than what we are right now.
Yep.
So we just have somebody go in there, like Blandina or somebody who doesn't have a whole lot of, so we're not paying a bunch of money just to cross the bridge and get in there. Or even, I think it's right outside. So they go in, they ask questions, get the scroll, come back, we rest, and then in the morning, like early hours of the morning, we go through. And when I'm talking about early hours in the morning, is like super early when nobody wants to really be checking stuff.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Yep. And then one way or another, we buy the scroll. And I can't. This is like gameplay question. Does copying the scroll into the spell book use the scroll?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So it'll take 2 hours for me to copy that into my spell book. Yeah.
Yeah.
So whenever you guys are ready with whatever plan, tell me where you're headed, and we'll go from there.
So
Yeah, I think we go.
No, go ahead.
I think Lynn's plan sounds like a golden one. Let's go and go to the White Wheel, see if we can find out some price information, talk to people, and see.
Okay. As you guys drive up, you steer Daryl and Daisy off to the right as the other carts are kind of sitting there. Is that the plan? You guys are gonna drive into the campground?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You get the sense that like there's a couple of the guards, just from your perception, kind of just like eye the cart heading off into the campground. There are other carts in there, but you can tell that you can get the sense that they took note that, you know what I mean? Like one group went off into that direction. When you get to the campground, you're stopped by a young man who's just like, he looks at you guys and he's like, I can sit you guys down and plot 110 for 3 silver.
I want full hookup.
Full hookup, no problem. Your gray water.
Yep. Gray water, black water, electricity. Let's do it.
No problem. Three silver. And he doesn't like ask any questions, and he kind of just puts it out, and he's like, you'll see that there's we'll light your fire in a few hours.
Sounds like a plan.
There's something very interesting going on in British sports right now. You can tell. Is there sports ball happening?
No, I got a headache.
We don't do sport.
We don't do sports in this house. What's that?
So you pass 3 silver off to him. He takes you to this place. There's a center tent, and you notice as you get closer, Quaddle, that it's a bunch of tables inside there as well, where they have like a meal. Someone's obviously taking advantage of this, and you can smell like barbecue and crawfish boil kind of happening in this area.
Does it
Chuck Wagon
look
vibe.
like a KOA
1-800.
campground?
Yeah. But it's a well-established campground. You guys park, and you can kind of see that there is a tent with an easel on the outside, and it's got the white wheel on it.
It's a KOF campground. Campgrounds of Beirut.
I'm gonna stay back with the cart and the animals.
And I'll take Flynn with me and go to the White Wheel, and we can figure that.
Okay.
We're essentially staying overnight, correct? Yeah. In the camp.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. You're asking me. I just turned into Sir Timothy there. I was like, yeah, I guess so. I forgot. I'm the DM.
It sounds like we're staying overnight.
Yes. So Flynn mentioned that we're gonna stay overnight and then go super early in the morning when people.
Okay, gotcha.
When they don't necessarily want to pay attention.
If you're a DM, you'll have 3 books in your lap. Just in case you're wondering, this is fun.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the. Yeah, so I'll take Flynn and go to the White Wheel and with enough gold to. I don't know how much gold we have in the party. I think Puent has that on lockdown.
Puent's dealing with it right now. He's dealing with a headache.
Yeah. So
Sonia, can you tell how much gold he's got based on his many spreadsheets?
If I can find them right up.
Don't touch this. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure we have enough money, and if anything, I've got enough.
How much money do you want?
Do you give them 100 gold?
Yeah, okay. Actually, yeah, done. Actually, no, don't give them 100 gold. I give them 10 gold piece gems, which is 100 gold.
Okay.
Cool.
You arrive into the White Wheel. There's a woman in there with jet black hair. She's got a brown dress with white trim on it. She's probably 25 to 28 years old. You can see that her ears are slightly pointed and slightly darker skin. And as soon as you walk in, she's like, "Oh, hello. How can I help you two? Oh, hi." As you walk in, also behind her. So it's Flynn and Blandina going in. Okay.
Yeah. Flynn, I believe you had a letter of recommendation from Narth. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. So we were recommended to you by Narth in Tribor. We are looking for
Narth. Yes, she gives this look like Narth. Yes, you can perceive that how you wish, but it's like I get it, and she kind of looks at it and she delicately opens up. Did he touch this? And she opens it up. He's a bit touchy, and she reads it. She looks at you guys right away, and she's like, "Oh, news travels fast. Cryovane." And she looked at you. Well done. Probably the fire giant stuff hasn't quite hit yet. Oop, I got an echo somewhere. Hello. Hi. Did you guys hear that, or is it just me?
No, that's.
Is it me?
I can't hear any echo.
No, maybe it'll go away here in a second. There it's gone. Ooh, there it is. I hate my voice. So she reads it. Turn this down. All right.
It's horrible when you can hear. It's horrible when you can hear yourself back, isn't it? It's so off-putting.
Oh. I should get off putting. All right. So Nartha, she takes this and she kind of looks at you kind of funny, and then she's like, very well then. One moment, and you can tell that she's obviously. They mentioned that there are really nice things here. You can tell she's got she goes behind another curtain of where you guys were at, and there's a dude kind of sitting there, and he's got like a small hand crossbow across his lap, and she's like bag 2 please, and you see him like reach back and grab her a bag that doesn't seem like much, and she just reaches in, she's just like, and she says, what is it, it's the scroll of
Enlarge reduce.
but yeah, she's like, she just reaches in there and she says something, and then gives, she whispers something. She kind of looks over. She see this, and then she gives some sort of code or phrase to say into it, and she pulls out a scroll. So you get the sense right away that she's using bags of holding to sell what she has. And she comes back out. And she's like, oh, well, 100 gold. Is there anything else that we can provide you?
Yes, I heard there's a new Brandly mug that has just come out. Do you have any of those?
Yeah, she's like, oh, of course. For like 5 copper, she'll give you. Yeah, she'll give you. It's got like it gives you anxiety because it's got cup holder size on the bottom, and then it fans out to like this big, so that if you got a toddler, it'll knock over, and it's, it's an oppressively large liquid holding device.
I'll take 5. I'll take 5 if you have them.
Okay. Yep. She gives you these mugs. She's like, my name is Lole. Swing by whenever you want. Are you guys staying here this evening?
Yeah. We're right over there at the KOF.
Bradley mugs.
She whispers, she's like, we can find for adventurers like yourself equipment that are fitting to your fighting skills, to your level, up to uncommon. Ish.
Well, so your fighting skills up to uncommon.
Yeah. We have, some uncommon items, we would say.
Okay. Are we looking at do you guys have like potions, things like that?
Yes, we do.
We possibly.
Yeah, we have healing potions. Healing potions for 50 gold pieces. Anything greater than that for 100 gold pieces. But yeah, we can get you a greater health potion. For 100 gold. Huh? There's a doggo somewhere.
Oh, that's Ash. Stan.
No, it's okay. I mean, I didn't mean to be passive aggressive.
No, he's just
I heard
he's
someone
whining.
say Tim, and then I heard, yeah. How dare you on my stream? I have 2 of the worst dogs ever. They're like,
do you have like any specialized arrows or anything like that, or because I do have some friends who do ranged attacks and things like that, and I know that they're typically looking for that type of stuff, so that I can go back and tell them, because based off of the conversation where unfortunately I kind of saw you kind of like dig around and I can produce this amazing thing. Do you have anything else that like I could tell my friends about that they can then come back and purchase? Just bearing in mind I have somebody who does ranged attacks, somebody who's kind of sneaky. I have a dwarven cleric who's sent us with Brynor battling, but I'm not going to go into it.
Oh. Well, there's quite the taverns on the inside of the city. If you guys are going to go in there, some rowdy dwarves run around that you might like. Well, we do have various weapons that are keen to, monsters that they can't be hit by otherwise. Yeah, we have. I could probably dig up some arrows. What kind are you looking for?
Anything, any specialized arrows or anything like that. If you have them, or if you have access to them, or know somebody who can, like, arrows that either can do poison or have a very specific edge against fighting certain creatures. Things like that is what I'd be looking for him.
I'd love to be able to sell poison, but that always ends up coming back to us, and we're trying to get ourselves into the city. And she starts kind of speaking louder. She's like, but if you're looking for anything else, poison tends to find its way back to the cellar. So, but we do have some pretty keen arrows. If you're looking for a couple arrows, I can help you, and they should be able to find their mark.
Do you have any specialized weapons like bow and arrow, like a bow, or
No, we don't have any bows here. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I do have two. She describes like 2+1 arrows that she can get a hold of. And she says for 40 gold each, she can pass off 2+1 arrows.
Awesome. Good. Glenn, are you good with your Bradley? Why are you fiddling with those? Put those away. Blandina, Jesus.
Who is this? Oh no, she.
It would help if you
I
weren't
can't hear Blandina.
Yeah.
A girl's got to have her Bradley.
Yeah, you have like 12 of those right now.
I need all of them.
How many hands have you got?
Don't worry about it. Ash wants one too.
It is a campground. There are dogs barking everywhere, so it adds to it. That's the honest.
Okay, well, I kind of asked all my questions, Blandina, so I'm just gonna get back to everybody else. So
I'll sort of talk to Lole and go, we're looking at going through the gates, and we see that they're charging us. They charge an entry fee and all this sort of stuff. Do you have any ideas of how that works?
Yeah. She's like, how much cargo are you bringing in? She's like, they measure things, and sometimes they mess with the quantity thing. Depending on what you're bringing in, there's a small tax that they'll ask for. There's an individual that assesses it, and you pay the tax. If you're bringing in weapons, they have like a holding fee where you'll get the money back on the other side of town if you don't sack the village or get arrested or anything like that. So it's if you were a good boy retainer.
That makes perfect sense. But we've got this item that we're delivering to the dwarfs up north. And it's pretty unique. But it's scrap metal at the moment, to be honest. But we're just a bit concerned that they'll look at it and we have no idea what they're going to charge us for it. So,
Do you want me to take a look at it? I could give you my estimate if they see it.
For example, if you were taking 1,000 gold pieces of trade through those of trade goods through the gates, what would they make you pay on them?
How much? Maybe 1,000 gold pieces. They might ask for 10 gold pieces to pass through.
Okay. Well,
It's just enough. They get a lot of trade through here, so it depends on the times, and it depends on what you're bringing through. To be honest with you, if it looks like it's a bunch of pigs or something like that you get anywhere, you know what I mean? Like that's if you're desperate. Sometimes it depends on how desperate you are. But
no, it's come and show you. We'll show you. It looks a lot worse than it is, but it's basically this massive ring of metal with some.
I've never seen anything like that. It just looks. It is. There isn't too many constructions with this much metal, and as soon as Sheila, are you showing the campground? So you're in the campground. It's already had a couple people walk around, or is it covered?
Yeah. It's undercover, and I sort of just lift up the cover and show her a little bit of it.
She's like, well, I mean, I may only be a very young sorceress, but this is very unique. And she helps you cover it back up. She's like, you probably have trouble bringing that through.
Yeah, and that's the problem. How can we get this through? We need to get this to Citadel Felbar. It needs to get there for the safety of the realm.
The closest raft is maybe in the way they do these things, and if it's still around, it's in the forest, probably 20 miles south. And that's
Well,
if they're not going to rake you over the coals for bringing it, because this is more legit here. I just gave you guys a spell that might help. They don't really check that well. But
what we were looking at doing,
I really don't want to give you any ideas that could compromise myself. But
I get that. I get that. Well, we might have to go. We've got some ideas. We're just wondering to see, and you've solidified them. So thank you.
well, good luck. she walks off. You get the sense that you can kind of trust their word, but no one really saw it. If you guys want to, you guys can. Do you guys want to handle this tonight, or you guys want to wake up after our break and handle it in the morning?
I think we'll handle it in the morning because then
I need to copy that.
Blandine can copy the spell properly.
Okay. All right. You can spend a long rest here in the campground with nothing ill towards.
We're staying on guard. We're having guard shifts. We're not all sleeping at the same time.
You guys arrived late enough where you weren't talking to anybody. You went straight to the white wheel. You did whatever. So I have no issues with you guys. Like, piece of cake. As long as let me know if you're dawdling or whatever.
No, I was just making sure that no one was going to steal this or hijack the cart or something whilst we are here. We're just keeping an eye on things.
Well, that being said, we can take a break here and be back in whenever you want, Skylar.
Perfect. Let's come back at.
He's looking at Asmodeus, who's losing his mind.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. It's 10:25.
10:25?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Perfect.
Take your break.
We'll be back.
See you guys in a minute. And we're back in a campground. We wrote a spell that lasts a minute. What do you do?
The DM is really nice and gives us props for doing something clever.
I'm going to try. I'm going to try. Where oh, pictures of Chip. What's the plan, Stanley's? What's the plan, Lee's?
How long does the spell last?
1 minute. So we can wait until it's our turn, and as we're rolling up, I cast a spell, and it, you know.
Well, then we have to get pay it through get through in a minute before it goes one.
Wait a minute. There were bags of holdings. Hear me out. If we cast it, stuff it in the bag, doesn't time stand still in a bag of holding?
No.
You didn't have to be so quick to answer that.
This is good D&D. I want to see how this.
How would you know?
Yeah. You can try it.
How would you know? What are you, a
That's
wizard?
fair. That's true. That's a good point.
Anything that we decide on becomes a standard, and you have to be very careful not to let this game slip out of your hands. Oh, Pete.
Is there? Wait. Okay. So let's go further down this rabbit hole. Can we do a time stop spell in conjunction with that? I don't know.
Time stop?
That's in a 50K range.
If we could do time stop, we could teleport us to Felbar and not worry about this little
Yeah.
gate.
And then we're done for the day. Hey, I'm just working with what I got here. I'm sorry, guys. You're talking to the same guy who used a staff of bird calling to slay a bunch of geese.
I would say I must admit, I thought magics were stronger than this. They could last longer in a minute, but obviously, not being an arcane caster, I may have got that wrong.
It's only a second level spell. I could.
Here's the
Yeah.
question. For the spell itself.
Does it last longer if we go up?
So why couldn't somebody cast it, and then once the spell's about to end, cast it again to maintain it?
Well,
Like,
yeah.
we're dumping more into it, but like, how many second level spells, or how many times can you do this before it's like, hey, we gotta just 3 times?
Yep.
So and each, so
You can't cast it at a higher level.
Unless I just use a 3rd level spell slot to cast it.
Yeah. So
So
you have
I could do that 6 times then. So for 6 minutes, we have.
All right, and hear me out.
What you remember is, according to the rules on this, the reduces it half in all dimensions, so the weight is reduced to 1/8 of its normal. So that means it goes down to about 125 kilos, 125 pounds.
Yes.
So if you're doing that 6 times, is it decreasing each time? So
No.
you have 6 minutes. No.
No. It's. I'm basically re-upping the spell, just like
Oh, okay.
refreshing it,
Ooh.
refreshing the 1 minute.
I feel like we're really splitting hairs on this one.
We just have to get it through the gate.
What do you guys want to do? Don't look at me.
I'm gonna
Go for
act
it.
like a complete. So I could act like I'm a complete wacko, and just start saying the incantation, the somatic, or the verbal part of it, as we're walking up, and then just every minute, just I start saying it. In the morning, I just start saying it every minute, and then that way, when we get to the gate, I'm just saying it, and then when I actually want to cast a spell, I do the
No.
somatic. I do the somatic part of it, boop, and it gets cast.
Being a pest.
That way it looks like I'm just a crazy elf.
Standard.
Listen, dwarf.
Chippy.
Listen, dwarf.
No, we still haven't explored the idea. Let's talk to the guys. I mean,
Based on what the
Lalo.
on Lalo said,
Mhm.
Lole said that it's going to be unobvious. This is going to be what the fuck's this? We need to stop that conversation. Unless there's the other option we haven't even considered yet. And I'm not even sure I even want to say this.
Say it,
But-
dwarf man.
Why don't someone go and talk to the what's her name, the Water Baron Nestro, and see if you can negotiate getting this through some way before we take it through the gate.
Who's the most persuasive? Maybe Lynn.
Or the bard. The bard and it's a start of a joke. The bard and the gnome go into a
Going to a bar.
go into a water baron's office.
Yeah.
I could also charm the person.
no. If she got high level hand of yards, the way she was described,
Oh yeah, that's true.
I doubt it's going to be a standard. And so that's another option we could. We've got. I think we go and negotiate a way through with, see if we can get hold of the Hands of Yartar, which is the female-run rogue type environment. If only we knew a female rogue, it would be useful. We got one. Maybe we can negotiate some way through at a small fee to be able to get this through Yartar's gates.
I'm open to that.
I just think the 1 minute thing, I think, is by the time we get there and we cast it, it then suddenly shrinks down. People are going to notice it's shrunk. And then, unless we actually get through all the checks in 6 minutes, it's going to go boing, and everyone's going to go, what were you trying to pull?
A slippery one eye.
We're trying to pull this thing through. That's all.
So the only other thing I can think of is I've got minor illusion. Can we? It's a cantrip. I can cast at will. If we didn't have to shrink it, I could disguise it somehow.
Minor illusion?
I don't think you can
Yeah.
disguise it with minor.
Mine's going
I
to do a
can-
5 foot by 5 foot thing.
Yeah, because I was looking at that too.
Okay, so
By-
then we
by
shrink
5
it
foot.
and I can do it.
Yeah.
Maybe I can make it look like the tire of a wagon, the spare tire of the wagon.
The thing is, it's
Either
still
way, I
only
think-
it only lasts a minute. That's the big problem is it only lasts a minute, and I've only got 6 potential uses of it. So
Yeah.
6 minutes.
So we've got here then, we've
I
got
wish
3
I was a
options.
player right now. I have ideas to get through this.
So
The more you guys talk,
let me
the more
ask
I'm like,
this: with my meta magics, no, my meta magic won't do anything with this one.
Question: does anybody, Sonia, have an idea of what we are? Currently, the 3 ideas are: we enlarge, we reduce it, we try to get through, hope we get through in 6 minutes. That's option. That's an option. Next option is we just go through and see what they say, and hope they don't kick up too much of a fuss. Next option is go and talk to the water baron or somehow and see if you can find some way through. Fourth option, we just bribe a guard and let us through and just say, here you go, here's some money, ignore what you see here. Those
What was-
4, is anybody
I got one more.
You got him?
Okay. So, how big does this thing, or how small does it get if we reduce?
It's currently 11-foot circle.
Okay, so from 11 feet.
It'll reduce down to a quarter of that, so it goes down to about 3.5 feet, but loses about an eighth of its weight. Goes down to an eighth of its weight.
Okay, so here's my idea. Mono can shrink it. I'll grab it. I'll Misty Step to the other side and wait for you guys on the other side.
Ooh. That's nice.
Now, here we go.
Now we've got a plan.
Yeah, you shrink it. I cast invisibility on the gnome who carries it, and he gets far enough away. Misty steps to the other side. We don't worry about it.
Yeah, that sounds like an amazing plan.
But
we heard it.
as soon as you cast Misty Step, you're no longer invisible.
No, he is, because it's. You actually won't need to Misty Step. You can just run through.
Misty Step's not a concentration.
Actually-
Invisibility's concentration.
What you could do actually.
Misty Step's not a concentration,
No,
so
it
you
is
can
a bonus
do both. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, there's an idea here. There's an idea we could do. Is we could even.
Yeah. Say
Why
that
don't we
again.
Why don't we reduce the ring down? Give that to Sanya. You cast invisibility on her, and she sneaks through the gate with her roguish, sneaky abilities, and then meets us on the other side.
That'll also work.
So with her check, I'll say if she's going through the walking portion, right? If you want to drive a truck through, you got to go through one thing. If you're on the walking portion, there's guards on this side, right? And they're not paying. Once they check you, they're not checking people walking through the other side. You know that much.
If she's invisible, she can go through any gate she wants.
For an hour.
For an hour.
Yeah.
And the fact is, she's going to get. We're going to be able to get through there.
Or at least a minute. Yeah, that's what I said. It's a minute, or there's just going to be a giant.
How far is it from the first gate to the second gate?
Not far. 40 feet.
So how fast can you move?
You don't do the math. That could be all she's got to do is make this. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that far. Think of any castle's portcullis-y thingy.
Yeah. I think we should utilize the rogue for doing roguey things because Tim loves rogues.
This one, at least.
I'm down. I like this idea.
I like it.
I'm glad we can get these cogs going.
Just for the fun of Dungeons and Dragons, I want to figure out how this is done. So you guys are pulling out. You guys are leaving the campground, right? You've cleaned everything up. You kept to yourselves. You didn't talk to anybody. Lole doesn't. She's seen weirder things, so she doesn't care that much. You guys pull out, and there's still 3 carts ahead of you. Your cart number 4. At what point? Okay, so big wheel is in the back of this thing. When are you shrinking this up? Because if you look at the map, there's not a whole lot of cover to get to one spot.
Underneath the cover, if Flynn and somebody else stands and holds their hands up, and then we cast reduce on it, Sanya picks it up, invisible, and goes, we can then pull the blanket off this and go, come on guys, we got to go through the portal now, through the gate, so we can then, so people go, oh, it's just those hiding underneath it like fools.
Okay, who's going to be in the bottom? Who's going to be these people?
So this is
the tallest people.
Yeah, so I'll have to hold it with my head because I can't hold it above my hands because I have to play the loop or my sit turn in order to cast it.
Kotal can.
Yeah.
Kotal can hold it up.
So like Coral and I can technically be underneath it while she's right there to grab it. And Blandina would have to be there because she would have to see it and touch it, I think.
I just have to see it.
Okay. So she would have to be underneath it.
And then what we'll do is shrink it down. You cast invisible. That invisibility, Sanya gets off as fast as you can and gets through to the other side as fast as you can. And then just before we get to the gate, we just pull the sheet off and go, come on, guys, stop fooling around. We need to get through here.
It'd be full dash. Bonus action dash.
What am I going to do? There's a massive ring one on the other side.
So here's the other thing that I can do. I'll cast I can cast the enlarge. She bolts off with it, and then I'm also going to give you the bag of holding since you're going to be invisible. That way you just go with all of our shit that's in the bag of holding that were probably weapons and whatnot. I'll also go through the regular gate just as a regular person and get over there and cast. I could just re-up and then re-up the reduce as needed.
Yep. I think that's the most convoluted D&D plan we've ever come up with. And it's gonna work
with no
What
issues.
could possibly go wrong?
Now, let's. So, do anybody want to back brief Kodal on his deception?
We're holding the tarp.
All right.
Landina,
So, Chippy.
I will make a mark on the ground across in the dust so you know where I am.
Perfect.
Okay. So there is a bridge, right, that opens up into kind of a market street, and a bit of a harbor on the other side, like a dockyard thing. So Quaddle is underneath the blanket with his hands up, right? So when this thing reduces, he's underneath the tarp. Okay, right? Is
Yep.
that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Just want to say this: as you guys pull up, a guy with a halberd starts moving towards you. You got, 2 rounds before they get there. 2 rounds, right? So make your
reduce. So in reduce, then invisible, and
Yep.
go. That's it.
Yep. So
where's Blandina?
I only have to be 30 feet away from the thing and see it to cast it. So I could be a little bit further away.
As soon as she picks it up.
Yeah. So
just say it. Just go. Tell me whoever. You guys take your own initiative as you do this. If someone speaks up before someone else, that's on you. You guys are there.
Holding up the tarp
He's holding up the tarp from the inside.
from the inside.
Okay. Now go.
As I'm walking past I'm going to walk past the cart as I cast reduce. And I just say it as I'm kind of walking past the cart and keep on walking to the front gate.
Your character is not 11 feet doing this, so at some point in time it falls onto you see the tarp fall onto your
So
hands.
it's 11 feet long.
11 feet. Okay, so you had it like this. Oh, and he's just going like this. Okay,
So
yeah.
like the height of it, there's no change to the height.
Okay. Reduced.
Yep.
It's underneath the tarp. Are you in there? You're.
As soon as she grabs it, strum the sit turn, casting invisibility on her.
Okay. Now. You see a guy. Look, roll ahead and roll your first stealth check, leaving the as you hear a guy go.
That'd be with advantage, right? If she's in
28.
28. What's he doing in there? You changing? Then he just kind of walked up and he's just kind of staring, and you see a guy looking down into these things. What's up? What's under the tarp? Come on out of there.
Surprise!
It's like, I'm Sergeant Key. They call me Don. You're an NPC. Good job. So Sergeant Don Key. Well, anybody was there last session?
That's right.
So Sergeant Key looks, and he's like, "You mind?" Into the cart, and he looks, and he's like, "Those are fine saddles." And he looks around, and he's like, Hey you! And Bryce isn't paying any attention. Excuse me, sir. I have a teenager as well, and he's like, what are you intending on bringing in?
Fun saddles.
Just us, wagon.
You selling him in town?
We can-
Sorry, what was that? I missed your accent.
Are you selling those in town?
No, just going through.
Not gonna sell them here, eh? Okay. Looks around. You bringing any weapons? Anything else to declare?
I've got my hammer. Look. And we all go through all our weapons because we're not going to hide anything.
Oh, we're not doing the bag of holding thing? Oh, okay. Oof.
So actually, we all took one weapon each. We all got one weapon each. The rest of the weapons are in the bag of holding. So we've got a weapon. We've all got a weapon.
Got it. Are you in your armor?
Yeah. I never take my armor off. Come on.
Okay.
I watch in my armor.
He's a dwarf. He was born into his
He's
armor.
like an interesting group. Okay. Stand by here for a minute. We'll get you into the gate and check you out. Nothing to declare other than your hand weapons. It's a gold piece each for the weapons. You have to sign on the inside, and you'll get those gold pieces back on the other side if you don't start any trouble. Expect with these saddles, there'll be a small tax in there. There's an individual taking the assessments, and that's Mr. Kant, and he'll let you know how much.
Mr. Wentz.
Kant, K-A-N-T, not Mr. Kant. It's his accent.
He's from Australia.
Hello, are you a oh, sorry,
That was a
what?
bad name to pick. God darn it. Mr. Can. Anyways, if you wait here, and at this time, you can make it to the line, but there are 2 guards checking people and letting people through, so you'll have to pass through them. So go ahead and make your choice of a maneuver to get through there. Tell me what you want to do, Sonia.
Okay. I will stay as close as I can without bumping into the person in front of me, so I can sort of, and then as they're going through, I can slide around them.
Go ahead and make your stealth check with advantage.
How many people are in
Right, 'cause
line?
you're
Just
invisible.
out of curiosity.
About 4 or 5. They're coming from the campground. You can tell that
So
they probably stayed.
I would be at the back of the line.
Okay. Yep, you're about in 4th back.
Got 27.
27. Yep, you wait, and there's a larger half orc that's trying to go through, and you just kind of go sideways behind them before someone else gets behind you kind of tightly, and you're just and then you slip right in. Once you get in there, you notice it's a little bit echoey. You can look up 40-50 feet up into the sky. There's a couple, it's like square in shape, where you can see some dudes with crossbows kind of looking down, and there's barrels inside of a wagon, and they're going through them, and you hear them say like 3 gold for passing through to you said Silvery Moon, right? And he writes something down, and they pass through, and you can see people are coming through. There is a wagon parked heading in the opposite direction, just waiting to go. You can tell that they just rolled up and they're just waiting for the portcullis to open, and then they just leave. They're not really. There's a guard kind of, checking, but nothing too serious. And then you can pass to the other side, and they're not really checking on the other side as you walk out. Or you notice you could walk down the wagon trail and just, you know what I mean, down the bridge where the wagons come up, and keep on keeping on.
Just carry on following the flow of the people going through, and then once I'm through, I'll try and find somewhere slightly out of the way that I can leave my mark on the ground so Blandina can find where I am.
So the portcullis goes up and down and up and down 2 or 3 times. You guys get the sense that the wagon coming out isn't very high. It's not checked or anything. They show a piece of paper right? And then you see them getting some money back. Or not. You know, you saw that one time, which leads you to believe that yes, they give your money back for the weapons that you bring in. You guys get to the front. Sergeant Donkey's like, you'll go in and you'll speak with the assessor. If you don't cause any problems, you'll be able to move on your way.
What's the assessor's name again?
Kant. As he changes his accent, it's Kant.
Two A's.
Yeah.
I can't. I can't.
The portcullis opens and the wagon pulls in.
That may be taken the wrong way, so I won't say it.
Yeah. Got it. Oh, yeah. So you guys arrive, and the assessor kind of, looking down like, pull up, please. Looks up, and he's like, what do you have to declare?
Just weapons rendered.
Just weapons?
Weapons, and then the saddles that we have.
3, 4, that'll be a gold piece each for the weapons, and then he hands a note, and he's like, write your names. They'll verify your name on the other side.
And these 5 saddles were transferring to wherever it's called.
Well, I'll have to know where they're going. If you don't mind, it's just for our own tracking purposes, and if it goes lost, maybe we can help you.
Is that going to Nornar's?
No Nars.
Pole? Nornar's?
Oh,
No.
Whoa. He writes things down. 5 saddles. All right. 5 saddles. We got 6 weapons. That's 6 gold pieces that will pass back to you guys on the other side. And we'll say, are you staying the night? Do you plan on staying here? How long do you plan on staying?
We plan on just coming through. Really, we need to get. It's late at night. It's early in the morning now, so we need to just keep on traveling.
Okay, so you're not going to feed the oxen or anything like that.
Oh, we pick up some feed and stuff. We got quite a few bits of feed on us, but we need to make.
Yep. He's like 5 gold pieces for the saddle, and then we'll call it even. Yawta's got to make its money.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. And then you hear, no, I was kidding.
Roll initiative.
Carry on. And the portcullis.
Crossbow.
Yeah.
The portcullis opens. Good job, guys. That was well done. Portcullis opens, and so you got to a spot where this thing enlarged again. I'm assuming. Right?
No. I was going through, and she was going to a spot.
Excellent. Blandina, you walk up. We're going to go to your portion of this Quentin Tarantino movie. So you walk up to the front, and they're like, hey, good afternoon. Or good morning.
Good morning.
Anything to declare?
Only my Bradley.
Very nice. And then they're like, do you mind opening up your cloak a bit?
Yeah.
Just like if you're, yeah.
Hey.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. And they let you through.
Oh, thank you. I've been looking forward to Yartar for so long. It's my first time here, and I just
enjoy.
Bye.
Terrible.
And
they just like and
walk really quick.
You did it. You guys made it through, and
now I need to find this spot.
Okay. Yep. Do a perception or investigation, your choice.
16 perception, because I'm
perception.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you walk into, you see the exit where normal people are just like walking and it's packed, and you just automatically assume that she'd been smarter than that and would have went down the wagon route. That being said, you can't walk it, right? So you kind of walk down to the end, and you get to a point where this area, like this bridge and this bridge are kind of side by side. Like there's a walking path. You get to the end, and you can see off to your right, there is a prominent like X in the dirt.
How far away is it?
It's probably been like a 200, 300 feet walk.
No. How far from where I am to where the X is?
Originally, about 300 feet.
So once I get to the other side to where I can see it.
Yeah, she would have. It would have been waiting for you on the other side.
So
There'd be an X there.
Yeah. So when I get to the other side, how far away would that X be?
Not far.
Okay. Then I'll just if I can.
I don't know
see
what
it,
you're trying to do.
Well, I can cast it at 30 feet. That's so I just.
Oh, yeah.
So as long
Yeah,
as
there's like a tree, you know what I mean, over there, and there's an X on the ground.
and so as
yeah,
I walk by,
you
I
can-
just cast a spell and boop,
Okay.
continue.
And then, roughly 5, we'll say, the interaction with you guys didn't take that long because you didn't have much to declare. There wasn't a lot of barrels and stuff like that. It was just the wagon. You casted 5 times to keep it reduced, and the wagon comes up. It's bustling. It's bustling, and at about the 6th time, as expected, like do you want to move it? Like the wagon shows up like 5 minutes later. You have a chance to get it back up in the wagon.
Yeah, put it back in the wagon.
Yep. And just as you expect, whoop, it grows again, right? But like nobody really gives a shit. The town is kind of busy. A couple people are like, oh, but it's the Forgotten Realms. You know what I mean? They're just like, cool, they got a wagon that's doing stuff. Once you're on the inside, you know, a couple people kind of looked and saw that, but it didn't, like, you get the sense that it didn't really raise too much of concern. When you get into the town, as you can see, there is, you know, a main kind of street that goes through. It'll go past this palace area, but it'd take you 20 minutes to get through the town if you're just heading straight out to the other side.
I think we're heading straight to Calling Horns, right?
Yeah, get out of here.
So you're heading straight to the other side? Okay. You'll notice that as you leave that
We got told that this place isn't very trustworthy and isn't very nice. And to be honest, we're on a bit of a time scale. We need to get out of here to sort of, if we keep this thing moving as much as we can,
Yep.
it's the least likely of causing trouble.
Okay. You guys press. You see that boat is back docked again, and you see like a, you know, you can tell it's kind of like an evening kind of cruise. Something happened. There's like dudes barfing and stuff like that off the side, and you guys carry on your way. You make it to the other side of the town, and in 20 minutes of navigating you can see the bastions on the other side and the big red flags with the Lord's Alliance things on it. You get to the other side. They kind of check you out. They verify your names. Like there's something that's signed that they gave you. It's all waxed, and it says that Kant signed this, and 6 gold pieces for their weapons. But as soon as you get inside the double gates, they pay you back. The gates open, and away you go. Good job, you guys yartarded. You yartarded.
I turned to Blandina. I turned to Blandina. No, go on.
Has
Go on,
anybody been through this area before? Like, and I kind of like look to the ranger and like, because we don't want to get in any fights. Because the person who packs a lot of punches is kind of exhausted right now. Like, she clearly needs a pumpkin spice latte and her Bradley cup.
Yeah.
One of the 17 that she now has.
I think is it 3 days to I want to say it's 3 days to the Calling Horn, which is the next like stopping spot. Calling Horn is a town. Roughly, yeah, 3 days. But it's morning now, right? So I'd give you, I don't know, two nights, two to 3 nights, depending on how you're clipping.
I kind of look to Landy and I'd be like, hey, how much rest do you need right now?
I could, but I'm gonna need a long rest to get everything back. I could basically get 1 3rd level spell back, or a 2nd level spell back, and that's it.
Well, let's be honest. We needed to do it. There's no other way through. We're just gonna have to live.
Actually, if I'm just on the, I can just go into a transfer. I get a long rest.
You can generally only do one long rest in a 24-hour period. We've just done a long rest. We've just come through about an hour.
Fair. That's fair.
You've only been up an hour. It's very hard to go back to sleep.
But I don't sleep.
This same thing. You can't.
I don't need to sleep. I just meditate for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Elves.
In order to meditate, you're gonna have to, you know what I mean? Like have some. It's like sleep. It's just different. Moving on.
If it's possible, put Blandina in the cart to save her precious
legs.
Noble.
To save her legs.
Yeah, save her as long as we can, and then we'll keep going. If there is a fight, it'll be probably you and I, Quint, who are trying to dole out.
No, it won't. It'll be okay. Total can draw the damage. It's fine.
Well, that like him and Miri just sit.
Hey, everyone. Good to see you, buddy.
Unspoken rule.
I'm sure we need to know. We need to take Kotal to a. I need to look at it a bit more and see if he's got a curse on him that's like damage attraction.
Just a curse on the dice.
But maybe we can send the ranger and the rogue forward as kind of like a scouting element. And should they see any danger, we just stop. We shore up. We put up the fences, get everything ready, and then if it comes, and we're ready for him. If not, then we'll just chill out until we know it passes, and then keep going.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
That way we're not taxing Blandina, and that way I don't have to hear her complain all night while she's in her trance.
You guys travel the first night very easily, much like the western side of Yartar. This one's got kind of patrolled. They did the sense, or they like to give their the people that do trade through the town a reasonable sense of security. So as you cruise a day's travel outside of Yartar, it's kind of populated. You'll see one of the town Yartar guards. Yartar guards. They say that as they walk by. They're like, Yartar guards, and they pass you. Watch out for the Yartards, and they kind of, cruise by you. But it seems very safe, and you guys are able to pull up and get a rest through the evening if you'd like. Continue refitting the saddles as well. So this is the second night of doing that.
Isn't that the third night of doing this?
Of the saddles? Yeah.
Oh, it's the second night of saddles, sorry.
Yep. Okay. Yep. So 3 saddles are refurbished. This is 3 nights of tokens-ing, or 4. This is the 4th night. All right. So you got one more night, and you are DM's Bane with AC of 42 and Spirit Guardians and just quit. Anyways, you wake up in the morning, going through your normal, priorities of work. I'm just kind of getting things moving a little bit. You guys made it a pretty good clip that way as you're telling stories, joking around about you guys sneaking this thing through the portcullis at Yartar. You get up and you press, you move Sania and Quaddle. You're not really seeing anything. You guys are moving along nice and quiet, keeping your eyes peeled, and it seems pretty chill. You will know that you do get an eerie sense to your north as the Evermores are off in the distance. You see, if you've seen the Lord of the Rings, where it's very marshy in that one spot where like the people fall in the water and they see the the dead elves.
The dead marshes.
Yeah, kind of gives that vibe with broken trees as far as you can see, where the trees are kind of cut off at the top for a long ways, and it just looks like horrible terrain to be in. It's got like a real, dark, misty, greenish mist all through it. Like it's not a place you just want to just hang a left into.
What you hear when you look up there is you don't go into the moors at night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The moors, they're dodgy. You don't go in there. Don't go in there in the night. No.
Or do. Yeah. It's super fun. And you get, we'll say you travel through your second night. This is what, day 33, I think we're on, 33 or 34.
Is that the last? Is that like the fifth night we've been out there?
I'll give you, fifth night, and you can reach the calling horns the next morning. So if you do you want to make it to calling horns in the evening, or do you want to get to the calling horns in the day? You have your choice.
I don't care because I've made my plate amount.
Okay. You reach the calling horns in mid-afternoon. You guys rested. You finished your plate mail. Congratulations. Wow, I'm a nice DM. That'd be really cool. I've got lycanthropy and ripped splint mail. So
You haven't.
You don't have lycanthropy.
The Witcher, it's in Mirabar.
You've been cured. I don't know what you're talking about. You've been cured.
I had to personally railroad all of my player characters to get to Mirabar. Anyways, you guys wake up. Quaddle and Sanya, if you're not doing anything extra and deliberate as you're traveling, you do find a smaller town that's at a three-way intersection where you do recollect that the Jundar Pass that heads into the High Forest. This is, if you were going to go to the Grandfather Tree, this is where you were told to turn right. Callinghorn stands where the Jundar Pass meets up with the Evermore Way. The intersection is marked by a cairn of weathered and lichen-covered orc skulls. It's kind of interesting that you see this. Do your history check if you'd like. The village proper is made of rows of small log cottages with bark shingled rooftops. A large fieldstone structure with adjoining stables stands atop a ridge that overlooks the intersection, surrounded by tall old trees, and looks like a battle map. Just kidding. It's therapeutic to just build these things. Yeah. So looks like Quaddle's 12th. You pull up into the town. You come from that direction. You can see where there's just people kind of milling around. There's like one or two people there. You went to Tribor that was big. This is small, but it's a community.
I did roll a 11 on a history check.
You remember during I forget what the Silver Marches, the War of the Silver
Marches.
Yeah, the battle / the War of the Silver Marches that went on and on.
Thousand Orcs clan.
Yes, these orc skulls are probably the orc skulls that when Obuld the First, we're on Obuld the Sixth right now, in case you guys are wondering. He's got a name that starts with an L. But anyways, he goes by Obuld the Sixth. And he's chill. You guys know that. But these orc skulls kind of gives you a bit of a chill, but you know that it's hundreds of years ago that this kind of happened. But there it is. You see some sort of an inn, and that's got to be it. It's got two bugle type horns on the wooden. How you doing outside? Like a sign kind of waving in the wind. There's wells and stuff like that.
Right.
Head back to the party and tell them.
I'm just
And
gonna
as we approach, I turn to the group and go, "Who are we meeting again?"
I didn't
You
have a name
guys
written
didn't
down.
have anyone that you were meeting here. You just knew that this was the turn to get into the High Forest. You guys have traveled. I'll say it's almost evening again. You know what I mean? Like it's almost. You guys are getting tired. You guys, it's the 5th day of making plate mail, etc.
Are we gonna stay at the inn or are we going to press? Or are we going to sort of find somewhere else to stay on our own?
Still, I think it's still fairly early.
What's the time currently that we got to the inn, Tim?
We can say it's, I don't know, like 4 p.m. You got another 2 hours of daylight probably if you wanted to. You can see there's someone sitting outside in the inn. It's like kind of quiet, kind of waves at you guys. You'll have to go by it as you pull up anyways.
To be fair, it'd be nice to get off the floor and ask you to have a bed for the night. I'm sure Blandino would want one.
It's been a long road. Yes, please. Please.
Yeah, so if you guys pull up, you guys meet Tamerlane Zor. She's 60 years old, very spry. Think of oh, her name escapes me right now. But anyways, just think of she's got like a bit of a kind of a cowboy hat on, like a leather skirt that goes to her calf, boots on, and she's got like 3 small daggers on a belt that crosses her chest, and like a short sword on, and she walks up to you and she's like, "Hey, welcome to Calling Horns. You guys need a place to stay for the night." Think of a Diane Lane kind of energy. There we go. That's what I'm going for on this one. 60?
What's the price? What's the price for a bed?
For you guys, it's I think they have it in here. For all of you, 5 gold pieces, and I can put on some food for you.
I turn to her and go, "Just food?"
Oh no, I have a very fine. We do have dwarven ale if that's what you're looking for, and we have fine wines here as well.
If it's 5 gold, including refreshments and food and breakfast,
we'll get you your first refreshment. This stuff does. It is tough getting it out to the Calling Horns, but I'll get you your first. And she looks at you and she pats the plate on your plate.
5 gold. Come on, it's only a room and some food and some drink. People down south could live for a year on that.
Come on in. You know what I mean? She's like, "We can work with you."
You make smoothies
and
here.
She goes out and sets a couple mugs down. What's up, Blandino?
Do you make smoothies here?
She just looks at you and she's like, "I can make anything once." And she kind of yells. She's like, "Dave, a smoothie for this blonde elf."
Yes. And I'll pull out a Bradley.
Right, a smoothie coming right up.
I'll pull out a Bradley that has a symbol of Moradin on it, and I'll hand it to Quint. I go, "I got this for you."
Is there L on it?
Huh? You could put whatever you want in it, and it stays cold.
Well, that sounds good to me. But one thing I will say, we need to make sure we have eyes on our cart and our ring at all times. We can't have all of us in here at the same time.
Good call.
All right, I'll take the first shift outside.
Quaddle's taking first shift. What could happen? Yeah, so you pull up. This is your inn.
Tim, 2 seconds. As Kotal's going back out, I go, might be an idea to find somewhere to hide. Keep an eye on the cart. Keep out of cover. Stay in cover. Keep out of sight. I don't want to be patching you up when I come back out to relieve you.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'd hate to put that burden on you.
Well, no, it's just look, just your blood looks better inside your body than out of your body, okay? And I've seen a lot of it out of your body.
Cool. Thank you for the sound advice.
Well, there you are.
That I stay hidden.
If you want me to, I can also go set alarm around the cart.
Oh, very nice. All right, so you guys, you spend your evening, you're sitting down, you you have a few drinks, and you guys take your shifts at the old Calling Horn Inns. You're outside on the first shift. Where do you plan on sitting? There's your Calling Horn Inns, and that's your stables, and your the wagon. Just assume the wagon's back there, but
This is the inn right here.
Yep.
Well, everybody's kind of like sitting in the inn, try to see if there's anybody like playing music or anything like that.
Okay.
I'm literally just gonna like put something out and just start busking.
Okay. There's a guy, sitting off to the side. He's by himself, and he's got bandana, black mustache, kind of a loose silk shirt, and he's also got some sort of like small a ukulele, a uke, just kind of like kind of hanging up.
Listen to whatever he's playing, and then go in tune with him.
Okay.
And then just start playing with him.
Yep. And yeah, you guys hit it off.
Yeah.
And just kind of hang out until you decide to go to bed.
Looking to try and get lay of the land,
Okay.
rumors, that type of thing. As I listen to patrons and listen to him talk.
It's just him in there. You can tell he's passing through.
Yeah.
There's another horse that's inside the stable. His name is Priamos. And recently he talks about coming from this place in the mist. He's got like bad memories of it, and he starts playing like he's like a bing bang, a bing bing dang.
Do you say bad memories in the mist?
Yeah, a bing. And he's just kind of, he's like, yeah, my home was, he talks about being recently freed from, this vampire in this weird place, and this group of adventurers had freed them. This is a totally random NPC. This is not a side quest. Since you were just asking, and he just kind of tells you the story about wish he had some grape mash, some really good wine,
And
some stomp number 9.
it sounds like
whatever the
a
hell.
bing dang, a bing bing dang.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
It's my favorite piece of music.
If I do recall, I thought we had a bottle of that.
Oh, I think you do.
I think we had a bottle of it.
You do. You have Purple Smash or
Yeah.
something. Grape Crush number 9.
Which one do we have? Do we
Yeah.
have
As
the-
soon as you do this, he's like, "Whoa! I just came up from the high road, from the high forest that was near Daggerford." Yeah. What's up?
Do we have the purple grape mash?
That's what he just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
He remembered it.
It's not the
Which-
red dragon crush.
Something like that. It is a Barovian wine.
Yeah,
It is a Barovian wine.
The rich champagne de la Stomp.
Not that one.
Champagne de la Stomp.
That would be super expensive. It can be. Yes, it's Champagne de la Stomp. That's fine. So you can pop that with him. And since you guys are playing this, that's fine. Priamos does say that he did come from the High Forest. He's like, I passed through Noanar's Hold, and that was a bit weird. It gave me those Strahd vibes. I had to get out of there real fast. Kind of creepy.
Why was it weird? We've got to go there.
Yep, they talked about the ghosts and the wild hunt. It is a very ancient thing.
What is the wild hunt? What do you mean? What did they say?
I did pass through it. There's an inn there called the White Hart Inn. It's the only place that was kind of active. There's a bit of a fruit that runs it that seems to be talking to ghosts all the time. Let's see these ghosts. But I think it's just because it's off on its own that maybe he's a bit nuts. But having been dealing with that in my past, I just decided to go through. Us Barovians, we've had our fill of the ghosts. In no way am I trying to get you guys is Strahd entering this campaign whatsoever. It's just a good NPC. Absolutely not.
Brad's a good NPC.
No, the guy is a good NPC. Yeah. But yeah, Noanar's Hold, he's like, I've traveled the High Forest quite a bit. How can what would you like to know?
Well, we've got
Other
to
than
go.
Noanar's Hold is full of weirdos.
Yeah, but is there anything that we need to be aware of? Did you know? It's just, obviously we've got a delivery quest which will give us a little bling as we enter and go that route, and we just want to make sure that it's going to be straightforward and with no issues. And if you're concerned about the Nonard's Hall,
It's not a place that I would want to stay overnight, but looks at you guys like you have more friends. I was going in by myself. I was out of there.
were
Every
you
place
scared?
around here is creepy.
Were you-
Calling horns, creepy.
Were you confused? Were you concerned because it was dark and creepy, or just concerned in general?
It seemed like there may have an ancient past. They tell these rumors of the wild hunt and the ghosts in the forest, and you have to stay here at night and don't travel in the forest. I got there in the morning and I was like, neat, and I left as fast. It's about two days south of here. Didn't see any ghosts myself, and believe me, I have seen ghosts. But I didn't stay there overnight either, so. Are you going to Nonard Hold?
Well, that's where we're off to.
Oh, okay. What brings you to Nonard Hold?
We got to deliver some items. We've been asked to deliver some items.
Oh, interesting. Well, I do need food. Anyways, it was
Before you I'll say before you go to bed though, this is our exceptional bard, Flynn. Why don't you play a duet together? Get the place rocking.
A bing dang, a bing ding dang. We've been these drunk dwarves, anyways. Huh? Bing dang, a bing ding dang.
Other than that song gets a bit dry after a while.
Excuse me, this is my land's national anthem. How
You watch
dare
it.
you? And he stands up. And he's like, well, good night.
Do you know any dwarvish music?
Ah, yes. A bing dang, a bing ding dang. A bing dang. I can do it a little grumpier. A bing dang. And he says, good night, everybody. I want to put this NPC to sleep.
I'll turn to my companions.
You'll hang out there. You guys want to stay up late? You guys plan on staying up late and having a few beers?
I want to turn to the companions and ask if they've ever heard of this wild hunt, whatever that is.
You guys? Okay.
Yeah.
You can roll a history check if you guys want.
I got 14.
What do you say? History check?
Stanya, you are from the High Forest, if I am correct, or Misty Forest.
Yeah.
Okay, close enough. You were High Forest, right? Or Misty Forest? I can't remember which one. Anyways, you guys have enough knowledge of a little bit of this area and its past. You guys come together.
Misty Forest.
Okay, so you know that Nonar's Hold was built around a hunting lodge that was active over 200 years ago. In its heyday, Nonar's Hold hosted wild hunts that attracted the wealthiest nobles and merchants of the north. Some who ventured to Nonar's Hold never returned, you remember this, spurring dark rumors that the 5 hunt lords who ruled Nonar's Hold were arranging wanton slaughters to amuse their guests, and even allowing their guests to hunt one another. So you know that like a long time ago. And it kind of corroborates with the fact that like, yeah, there's probably some creepies in and around this place based on its past.
Well, it would be nice if our noble had told us this information, wouldn't it? Typical nobles.
So everybody heads off to bed?
Yeah, and we apart from the people that are doing the rotation for the guard duty.
Okay. All right. You will say point. Anybody want to stay up late? Everybody heading to bed? Like, we'll go around the room. What do you want to do? When do you decide to go to sleep and begin the guard duty times?
Go out to the cart and then I'll watch the cart first.
Sweet.
Oh.
Tina.
Were you drinking?
That's my sister.
Did you have some libations? Oh, staying sober. All right, excellent. And then you're taking second shift then.
I took first shift.
Oh, you took first shift, and then okay. So your plan is second shift. So you're gonna stay up to take second shift and then go to bed. Okay. Priamos will stay up with you. Sania, what would you like to do?
So I only have to do the 4 hours, so I'll rest and then go after Flynn.
Okay. Let's see. That brings up Point.
Seeing as the elves don't need much rest and I get grumpy, I make sure I get my 6 hours and then I sort of wake up a bit and do. Because as far as I'm concerned, the elves could do 4 hours trance and cover most of the shift if they wanted to be useful party members, but they don't seem to step forward and do that, especially the Blandina.
So much shade.
It's because we're ladies, dwarf man.
Hey, equal rights these days. No matter what sex you are, get the job done. Right. So, Twent does his sort of 6 hours and gets up for like the third shift because he's pretty sure he's going to be needed for it, and then he'll go back to sleep for the rest of it.
Okay.
Fourth shift because Sanya's done the third shift.
Heineken.
I can take the shift before dawn, and while he's waking at dawn, he's doing his morning thing where he's talking to animals and everything.
Okay. Blandina.
I'm going to let everybody know that if you want to donate to St. Jude's Children's Hospital, you can click the link that's listed in the chat. Also, if you're looking for custom dice, go check out Maze Designs Dice. And then finally, thank you to Matt McKeown. And if you want some awesome music, go to monstermusicman.com. And that's Blandina's message to everybody in...
This is literally YouTube ads. It's right in the middle.
Turns to Blandina and goes, "You're a corporate sellout."
Okay, so Blandina, you're going to bed. Then I'm assuming.
Yes.
So as you're sitting out there and you're getting whatever, Flynn comes out to talk to you a little bit. Both of you roll a perception check.
I had set alarm around it too, so that's good for 8 hours. See, dwarf man, I did my job.
Not in person.
14.
Okay. As you guys are talking, what does your alarm sound like? As you guys are about to switch. What does your alarm sound like, Blandina?
It's just a silver bell.
Okay. Yep. You hear like go off, and then you look around. What did you have? You look over and you see what looks like a horse being moved out of one of the stables. Not necessarily your horse, because you hear like pots and pans on it, and you hear like ding, 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 and a horse being like. And as you look closer, you see a very large green creature, long, like hands with nails and big, long black hair streaming over, and its yellow teeth kind of look over you. And as you look at it, you see another pair of yellow eyes looking back at you. As the two of you roll initiative, we can all roll initiative right now, as I have stopped roleplay for.
Is it Shrek and Donkey?
It is Shrek and Donkey.
Oh my god.
Hang on, what's this combat you speak of? I thought we were just full roleplay now.
Get Daisy and Daryl out.
Blue.
Dark down here. Sleeping. He's definitely sleeping. You were guarding them. Bless you.
Run.
What's that? Come on.
didn't that, please?
Your round before it gets eaten.
Didn't you know Discord can do sounds?
I know that, but the fact is I don't want to do that, so I don't do it.
Oh, well, that's no fun.
Because I'm a boring, grumpy dwarf.
That is not false. Let's get some.
All right. So who's got anything over 20?
Nope.
21.
I got 21.
Let's put you in the book.
I don't know because it's herb. It has a
Anybody above 15?
rolling a 20, I guess.
Nope. Ooh, very fancy. Anybody above 10?
13.
Well,
13, 12? What'd you get?
Brent got 12, but he's definitely less than Heineken
Okay.
because my dex is really good.
And are you sleeping in your armor?
Nope.
I live in my armor.
Unfortunately not.
I live in my armor.
That's fair.
No,
I totally
sorry.
believe that.
Yeah,
actually
it'll take
believe
a
that.
couple rounds. I think it'll take at least 3 rounds, Quinn, to put that on. We'll see. Revanche. What'd you get? 4. Is that everybody? Orquaddle. Okay. Well, Sonya, you were sleeping and you hear the bell go off. You are upstairs in this place, but you do have a window. And you hear the bell go off. And what would you like to do hearing an alarm spell go off? You are an elf. You're very familiar with magics, and you know what this bell sounds like. As when you grew up, there were various spellcasters that would cast these type of things. That was a gimme.
I'd like to go to the window and see if I can see out into the courtyard. I'm assuming it's not undercover.
Nope. There, you look down into the. I don't know if you can kind of see, but if you're outside, you do see like a large green. It's a troll, on top of the stables, and it's got a horse in its hands, and there's a troll behind it, and they're blocking the door where Flynn had come out to go check the cart. Oh, darn it. I just metaed you. Anyways.
Shoot.
You're gonna shoot?
Yeah, my short bow.
Okay.
What, a firebolt even. I keep forgetting I've got spells.
You hit
So firebolt, the one I can see.
I'm sorry, what? You're gonna fire at the one that you can see?
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you roll?
At 8.
Oh. Yep. From the window, you see immediately an arrow fly out. As you hear this at the same time, you're like, still rogues. They're so quick. But you saw one arrow. You got another shot, correct?
No, I was firebolted.
Oh, firebolt. Oh, okay. So, yeah, because I told you it was a troll. Brilliant. So the fire flies out and does hit the top thatching of the stables. It begins to kind of smolder. Anything else you'd like to do? Nope.
I'll shout to make other people aware that the alarm's gone off.
Okay. Yep, you can yell down the hall, and it
Yeah.
basically wakes people up in succession in initiative. We'll go with trolls. One of them is going to grab the horse and just start chewing on it, and the other one is going to bound up and go for, well, who did I put in the middle? I'm going to go with Flynn on this one. One bounds up and is going to take his multi attack, his or hers. See if I can remember how to do combat. Makes 3 attacks. Fun. With its first 2 bites, one is a 22 and the other is a 19 to hit.
Jesus.
Hey, we're level 6 now. You've been gone for a little bit. Welcome back. Let's see. That's 16 piercing with 2 with its claws. 2 of its claws. That's what those were. So that's 10. First claw was 10 piercing, and the second one was another 10 piercing. So just like
Roll of 36.
nope. So it's just 20. 20 with its 2, and then it'll hit you with its bite. And that's a hit. That's 22. And it bites you for 6 more. So total of 26 piercing as it claws him, and then bites him. And the other one you could see drops the horse and begins to like look up where the arrow just hit and begins to like start climbing up into Sonya's window. In the next round, Sonya, you think that this thing will be able to punch through the window and get into your room. That brings up Blandina. You hear your alarm spell go off, and you have the other room with a window. The other folks have to go into those rooms. So you're just down, and you've got a window as well. You can peer up, and you see Flynn being like the 2 big giant fingers and nails up underneath his ribs trying to like pick him up and then bite into his neck. And you see another big giant shadow start climbing up into the room next to you. Go for it. Combat music.
I've got combat music playing.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Didn't mean to ruin your combat music.
No, I'm just saying, like, I actually have some this time. I'm gonna take pity on Flynn, and surprisingly, I'm gonna cast Reduce on that troll.
Mm-hmm. Oh, now you're gonna use the Reduce a lot. It's super tight. You're gonna shrink the troll?
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. On Flynn. Okay. All right.
So
Interesting.
it has to be. Oh wait, no, never mind. Yeah, it has to make a con save.
Does it have to be willing? Oh, okay. It has to make a con save.
Yep.
Oof. I think trolls are pretty decent constitutional. Let me check.
Please be bad. Please be bad. Please be bad.
20. Roll a 20.
Cool.
Of course. Fuck.
That was a sick move, but I'm really glad that it looks at you and you shrunk parts of him. You know what I mean? He's like, and starts to get
What parts are you looking at here?
whatever you want. You know what I mean? It's your anime. To me, this is very Disney.
Yeah, and then
His teeth and claws.
Yeah. Nope.
I'm gonna move to the back. I'm moving back away from the window.
Okay.
To the wall.
All right.
From the window to the wall.
That's right.
Heineken, you can hear from down the hallway. You hear Sonya saying like, "Trolls in the dungeon," and you can, within 15 feet, you can get to either her window in the corner of the building, or make your 25 feet to get to the base of the stairs that are on here. 25 to 30 to get to the base of the stairs. A round of travel.
Heineken's instinct is going to go to the closest threat.
Okay.
So that's Sonya.
Yep.
I'm going to use my movement to get to her, and I see a troll climbing
Or
through
she
the
locks
window.
her door, as I would assume she does, and she's shooting out the door. Sonya, do you sleep with your door locked? I think.
I would say, yeah, I probably do.
As you're like.
Okay. So I'm going to cast Melf's Minute Meteors.
Okay.
So 6 tiny meteors start surrounding me. They float in the air and orbit around me.
Okay. Okay.
So this is my new one. So as I cast this, I'm going to knock the door. Open the door. It's me.
Ooh, wait. Can you roll a die 20? Sound like you said cast.
Yes, it's a third. 14.
Okay. Yeah. And your meteors arrive as planned. Oh, darn. Okay. But the door is still locked. You can keep traveling downstairs. You want to head downstairs?
Yeah, I'm going to go down the stairs.
All right, you go downstairs. You can see where the door is that leads out to the stable, where you hear someone outside going, huh? And it does sound like your friend Flynn. And that brings up Plint. You two, farther down the hallway in an L-shaped, kind of hallway. The girls got the two, window-looking ones. Your windows are looking out the back of the establishment. You can come out and run and follow Heineken. And if you get out, you can see him traveling with his meteors, or you can go to the sound of Sonia's voice that woke you up.
I'll go towards what's the quickest way of getting to it? Obviously I've been here before. I've been here. What's the quickest way of getting to the courtyard?
Probably downstairs and out the door, which would take you could go, if you dash, you could get out and get out there.
I pick up my shield and hammer, leave my gleaming armor just there, just out of reach, and I run down the stairs in my pants.
Okay.
Underwear for you guys. Literally just my shield and my hammer, and I'm just pegging it down the get into the courtyard.
Okay. You make it out there, and you see one troll climbing up into what you think would be Sonia's room, and one troll handling Flynn.
So I have. So was that my move and action?
The dash, yeah. So that would be a dash to get out there. Yep.
Okay, in that case, then I use a bonus action to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Okay.
And obviously they've got hold of Flynn, so he's my primary person at the moment. So I basically cast my Spiritual Weapon the other side of the guy that's floating Finn, and I get him to hit, which is 23.
A hit.
And that's 9 points of force damage.
Okay. All right. Flynn, you're getting clawed up underneath your ribs, then your friend's hammer shows up right on time and just bashes this thing in the face. You can tell it took all of that damage. And that brings up you. As you scowl at the dungeon master as I
to grab my loot as I'm reeling back from the pain. I'm gonna play a couple of notes using just verbal. Play a couple of notes, and Caudle would be the only one to hear it. It sounds like a orcish death chant. Casting Dissonant Whispers on the troll.
Okay.
Which is a wisdom saving throw.
Thanks for the follow, Drizzy.
Here we go. Hey, thanks for the follow. Rolled a nat 1 on this one. As it's doing this, and you're just like, orcish music. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know what song.
So
yeah. Oh, okay. It's very throaty.
On a failed save, it takes 46 because I'm upcasting it. Psychic damage, and must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away from me.
Okay. Super tight.
It doesn't move into.
It failed. It's like screeches and takes 4d6.
10. 10 psychic damage.
Okay. All right. And it has to run away from you?
Yes.
Do you get a... I don't think... Do you get an opportunity attack from it pulling away from you?
If it's moving outside of my melee, yeah, it should.
I'm just going to try to climb up over top of this.
But you're the DM, so careful.
Trying to run away from you. It's going to follow its friend Insomnius. You can do an opportunity attack.
Okay. It'll be one of my axes.
Okay.
For a grand total of 15 to hit.
Actually, it already used some movement to get over there, so it's over here. 15 to hit. Hits.
It is 8 slashing.
All right. Alrighty.
And then I'm gonna try to move around, kind of get more distance and figure things out. Looks like
On the other side of the cart.
yeah.
All right. Kind of pull back in the street. You can see the streets a little bit like oil lantern lit. You know, on that side. Inside the stable area, there's like a kind of a small one of those smoke lantern things sitting against the stable, and the top of the stables themselves, some of the thatch is catching fire, so it is starting to get a little bit brighter out there. And that'll bring up Quaddle, I believe. Everybody went? Quaddle.
Okay, so I'm going to...
Not die.
Yeah, let's work on that, huh?
He loves this joke so much. You can tell.
Well, he has 11 KOs, so.
And that brings
I'm
up...
going to
And Sonya, you're on deck.
cast Hail of Thorns,
Okay.
first level on...
I thought Hail Thorns was just on your weapon.
No.
Oh, because as your attack?
I have to cast it, and then the first ranged weapon, if it hits, then that's...
Okay.
So I'm going to cast Hail of Thorns on this guy right here.
Okay. The one running away?
On the roof.
Oh, on the roof. Okay. Yep. Okay. It's like hands are inside the window, getting ready to.
Okay. So I gotta do my. 1d10. All right, so I have to take my attack first to see if it.
Yep. That's your smite, kind of. It's on a hit. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're out there. You can say that to him. Be like, don't forget on the mark.
Slayer's Prey.
There you go.
Okay. Bonus action Slayer's Prey.
Yep.
Same guy.
Yep.
Give a d6 I can bump.
Yep. And then you rolled the attack, right?
Yep.
What'd you hit?
I did not roll to attack, sorry. Ooh.
What are you? Single digits all day.
Yeah, you get another attack though. He's got 2 hits, right? He's a ranger. Does he get...
Attacks per action.
Yep. You can try it again.
Unless maybe a 10 hits?
No.
Didn't think so.
That's not. Another arrow flies overhead. You see it go into the darkness.
12 hit.
Arrow flies. You're trying to get steady on the back of this thing. Sonya,
I've tried different.
this thing is coming up in the next round. You see 2 arrows go back, so you know that a friend is at least trying to target this thing. And you're in the window, and this thing is in the window. You got a nice protect the castle situation, if you want to.
I'm gonna go and try and stab him with my
Right.
dragon tooth dagger.
Okay.
27 to hit.
27 hits. Yes. He's like text high time.
9 damage.
Okay. Right, you poked him right in the face. Yep.
And I'm gonna bonus action disengage and
Okay.
get to the other side of the room because obviously I can't open the door yet.
Yep. 10-foot room. It's gonna be in there, but you can non-action. You can definitely non-action the latch on the inside to get out. So I have no issues with you disengaging and getting out and heading downstairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go as far as I can.
Yep, you'll be in melee with him on this round. Like he'll be able to catch up to you, but you can do that and get to the top of the stairs. Okay, Blandina, you hear all this boom, 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 as well. That troll like gets in there, it squeezes its way, and in fact, I'm gonna give this thing. It's not gonna be able to get to you this round, but it gets its body inside this place and it gets to the top of the stairs. And it's coming. It gets to your doorway. So it's out of reach on you on this round, and the other one, it's got to make another save. I'm assuming.
Just for that turn.
Just for that turn. Okay. It gets there, turns around, comes and climbs up at the ranger. As I look through its 2 claw attacks. Its claw attacks. The first one, you see you shot twice. This thing turns around and comes to swipe you, and you deflect it with a bow. Somehow you hit one of its nails, and the second one is a 18 and 7 is a 25 to hit.
Hits.
That's 10 piercing damage as its nails jab into your side, and then it's going to take a bite at your thigh, and that is a 23 to hit.
Hits.
And that's 6 piercing damage as it bites at you. And you guys are in the fray. And that brings up Blandina. Blandina, you were inside your room, I believe?
Correct.
Okay, you hear something massive, pound, 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 inside Sonya's room. And you've been hearing footsteps heading downstairs.
I'll poke my head back out the window and where was Coatl?
Well, inside the wagon, I believe. And this thing is like inside the wagon with him too.
Okay, gotcha. And then that other troll is inside.
Yeah, the other troll, yep, made it inside.
How far away from each other would they be?
The two trolls?
Yeah.
40 feet now, I'm guessing, because it's
Okay.
upstairs inside the window next to you.
That's totally
It's
cool.
in this room.
Totally fine.
Yep.
Then I will reach out the window and throw some verbal remarks and cast Tasha's Mind Whip on the one hitting Coatl.
Okay.
Needs to make an int save of 15.
It passes. Oh, unless it's got a negative on intelligence, which that could very well be the case. -2. And it's got a -2 intelligence, and it doesn't save.
Haha! So it takes 14 psychic damage.
Okay.
And it, on its next turn, it can only move, take an action, or a bonus action.
Got it. It can do the one thing. Got it. It can only do one thing. Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
Mind Whip is so nice. It's such a nice spell.
And
Is that the one on the roof or the one nearest me?
Nearest you. Yeah. All right. That brings up Heineken. Unless you want to move. Do you want to move?
I feel safe in the room right now.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely feeling safe for now.
For
As
now.
the troll's like, is that pumpkin spice? All right. That brings up Heineken, then Puent. As we speak.
So I'm down the stairs and I'm running towards the action.
Okay.
What do I see?
You run downstairs. Puent bursts through one door and the second door. If you want to follow him, you can get outside the door. Still have 20 feet of movement left. You see a troll attacking Coatl. You can also hear something straight back upstairs. If you look up the stairs from where you're at, you can see a troll's head getting ready to like move towards Sonya. Like it's like scrambling. It's trying to fit through this door. Like you can see it about to break the frames, trying to come out. Does that make sense?
3 U.S. forces dying.
Yeah.
Hi, Dan.
Hey, thanks for the raid, Odin's Eye. Welcome, Raiders.
Hey, just in time. I'm killing the party.
So, to the troll attacking Waddle.
Yep.
You know, you gotta stop picking on my friend. So firebolt, 14.
Oh, that misses.
Okay. So bonus action. 2 of my meteors peel off.
Okay.
And the troll's got a dex save of 13. As 2 meteors go hurling towards.
One definitely hits, and the other one misses.
Okay, so the one that hits, he gets 10, and the one that misses, he gets 4.
Okay.
So 14 total.
Yep. Okay. You can see these things hitting as like the fire hits it, but you can also see out of the corner of your eye like one wound does seem to be like getting smaller. Let's see. That brings up Hannigan Point. Spiritual weapon and half naked dwarf. Naked dwarf. Oh, you said you had pants on. Okay.
Yeah, I got underwear on. That's it.
Okay.
It's dwarvish pants, so it's a banana ham.
the Felbar of the loom underpants out there.
I sort of hold my holy symbol and bring out my spirit guardians just to upset the DM.
No, it's great. It's great. It's super awesome. Where are my spirit guardians? Oh, they're back there. I don't know. Yeah, you can do your best if you want to. Don't worry about smashing this thing. I'm gonna tear it apart as soon as we're done here. He's here now. Yeah, right. And this guy's in the inside. So he's just cruising around. All right. What do I need to do? Make a wisdom save.
Wisdom save, please.
Big time.
Okay. Yeah, roll some dice. Ooh, that's nice. 19 points of radiant damage.
Yikes. Okay. Okay.
And then I'll step forward towards my friend Flynn that's getting attacked by the other one, so he's in my spirit guardians as well.
Okay. Yep.
One's being attacked.
Yeah, Quaddle was the only one being attacked, but you hit him.
Bottle, yeah.
Yep. Do you want to use your spiritual weapon?
I will do in a minute, but as I walk forward, the other guy gets in my spiritual weapon, my spirit guardians.
Yeah, I got you.
Is that a wisdom saving throw?
Oh, that's right. You got him.
I'm gonna say ooh. So when you turn it on, does it hit the one upstairs? Is what you're asking?
Yes, it does, because it's a sphere.
It does pass, so do the half damage on that one. What was it? 20?
So yeah,
Right.
been 9 or 10.
Yep, okay.
9 actually.
Yep.
So
Hits him,
the coach
and then hits that other one. The other one's looking
Yeah.
pretty rough. Spiritual weapon?
my spiritual weapon hits it.
And then you're up.
And there's an 18 hits it.
18 hits.
Oh, nice. 11 points of force damage.
Oof. It's looking, as you move this forward, the spiritual weapon smashes. You always want to have a troll with one arm fall off. The arm falls to the ground and kind of slithers a bit. But it's missing one arm, but the arm is still kind of moving. It can still attack, but it just looks fun. Let's see. That brings up Point. Or Flynn.
I've heard trolls like to die to inflict wounds.
The troll there's a troll in the window.
Yep.
And like trying to push through it.
It's already in. It's inside, so you don't have.
Okay, because earlier in the turn you said its head was through.
Yep, it got through to Sonya. It wiggled through, and it's in the doorway. Like it's in the doorway inside, looking down the stairs, so they can hit them from the inside. If you want to, you can move down the street. You can see them through the window. Is that what you're trying to do? I got no problem with that in terms of time.
Where's he at in the doorway?
Just in the doorway.
He's in the doorway?
Yep, in the doorway,
I'm
trying to
going
get to the hallway.
Position myself where I can actually see into that room.
Yep.
If I can.
Yep.
Doorway, cloud of dagger.
Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Fun.
And it immediately takes 64.
Okay.
Slashing damage.
Go for it. Blandina's in the window, but you do hear like.
It's just a 5 foot.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Uh, 18 slashing damage. And it's going to remain there as long as I maintain concentration.
The cloud of daggers. Yep.
Daggers, yes.
Okay. That brings up Quaddle. You're standing face to face with this looks kind of confused troll. Its arm fell off from the spiritual weapon that just came over and blasted it, but the arm is still moving towards you. Yeah. It's thinking towards you. Da-da-da-dum.
All right, I'm gonna use my glaive
Okay.
to try and inflict more damage on him.
Okay. 2 attacks.
Oh, 2 digits finally.
That's so sad.
22.
That hits. That hits.
That is 6 damage.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
I'm gonna take its head off. Just
Okay.
baseball bat.
Yep. All your rage of getting killed, you just wanted to end this as quickly as possible. You saw some cuts in there, and with the glaive, you chopped its head off, and it looks at you and is like still like blinking, and it's on the ground, and it's trying to bite at you a little bit, and then the body just falls over, dead. Well, as a troll does die, of course, but that's
Josie.
what do you want to do? So you have movement and 1 more attack left. You see.
So the other one's inside.
You can see light moving around from a candle that's inside Sonya's room or whatever.
Yeah.
But you could see if you move to the side of the wagon, you could get a shot at the back of this thing while it's being held by the daggers. Okay.
I do that.
And then you're up, Sonya, on deck.
It's coming through the doorway at me.
Yep, you're on deck. He's gonna finish his last attack.
17 to hit with the longbow.
Hits.
All right, that's 6 damage, but he still has
Slayer's Prey and
Slayer's Prey and Hail of Thorns.
Okay.
So for Hail of Thorns,
which is weird because it's happening inside of a room. This is magic. I think I liked it in Neverwinter where just a cloud came over top of their head and a whole bunch of arrows just fell.
plus 5 for the Hail of Thorns.
Okay. Okay.
And for Slayer's Prey. 2.
Okay.
Extra 2.
All right. Solid hit. It's inside all of these knives flying around it, and then just hails of arrows fall on top of it, and then one solid arrow just goes right through the muscle of its neck as it's kind of trying to get out or stay in. Sonya, go.
Well, it's coming through the door at me. I'm gonna firebolt
Okay.
straight in. Does 16 hit?
It does.
Yay.
I gotta get.
17 points of fire damage.
And are you gonna continue down the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Its turn. You see that where the arrow just came through, it kind of slides out of its neck, and a bit of healing kind of occurs, and it decides to jump through the blades to chase Thania. So how much damage happens when it?
No, we'll just say that the damage that it had, because when it enters in the area the first time, spells area for the first time before it starts its turn.
Okay. So it was around it, and then as it left it, it takes that damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Because it theoretically entered it its first time.
Yep.
That would have been the first time that it entered it and started its turn there, so I'll just count that as damage.
Okay. It bounds downstairs towards Sonya and makes its 2 claw attacks. Oh boy, Sonya, welcome to the team. We got a nat 20 and a.
No. Let's see if we barbs that.
Oh, you got silver beams! What is it? So that will end up being a 14 to hit.
Hang on.
Silvery Bob is a reroll, correct?
Yeah, that misses.
All right. And then the next one is the next claw is a 26. 19 plus 7.
Okay.
It'll hit.
Yeah. And with silvery barbs, I give myself advantage on the next my next turn.
So that's 9 piercing, and then it's gonna bite you. For does a 18 hit?
Yeah, 18 hits.
And that's 10 more piercing.
I know.
It brings up Blandina, then Heineken.
So I can see the one that just got killed outside, right?
Yep.
Do I know about trolls?
Yes.
I will yell out the window, hit it with fire! And then run outside my room where I can hear the other one.
Nobody outside is fired. Except for Heineken.
And it's going to needs to make an int saving throw.
I need to
15.
make a clip of like her going, "Welcome to my team." That's awesome. What are you gonna do? Go for it.
It needs to make an int saving throw.
16.
Okay, so it's going to take 6, 12, 17. It's going to take 9.
Okay.
And it does not. That was after the -2?
Yep.
Yeah, so it just takes 9 psychic. And I'm going to hide behind something. If I can hide behind something.
Heineken, you're still in the door frame. You see this thing bound downstairs and take slashes. It takes this big swing, and it's like grinning like it's gonna crush Sonya, and she's like, "Suck!" And she throws a player's handbook at him, and the player's handbook like stops all of the damage. Yeah. Anyways,
Actually, I believe silver barbs comes from Tasha.
Tasha's, yeah, she pulls a module out of her pocket and throws and blocks it. Very well played. My first player that has silvery barbs.
She pulls splat books out.
Okay, so as I see this creature coming down the stairs at us, I'm going to turn and firebolt the creature.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, if you pick it up and show me.
Natural 20.
Me too.
On a D8. On a D8. Look, nat 20.
Totally getting a die 4 with all on it. So
2d10 plus 20.
24 from that.
Okay.
And then 2 more of the what you call 2 more of the meteors or off
Okay.
as a bonus action attack.
It passes one and fails one.
Okay, so it's gonna take 8.
Oh, that's enough. How do you want to do this?
I want it to be very. So I started blasting.
Yeah.
Turn.
The rest of the meteors hit this thing, engulf it in fire. You guys quickly grab, a candle and start lighting the rest of the trolls on fire. As Tamlin walks downstairs, and she's just like, "These attacks are becoming more and more common." I'll tell
Why
you.
didn't you tell us,
To stay the night.
why didn't you tell us this was going to happen?
Well, how would I get you to stay here for the night? But I would love for you guys to stay here for free if you can help me with this troll problem.
Looks like we just did.
And that's where we'll pick up next week.
We just did.
Yeah, we just
Or
took care of
actually,
it.
it's actually going to be like the 20-something of the month. You guys are going to skip 2 weeks. It's going to be a couple sessions before you guys are back because we got Super Bowl one-shots. Yeah, it'll be in February. Yeah. Yeah, but that's why I have a party of 9 to make 4. But if you guys hang on, I'll be back up on Lord Gazumba in a couple hours. I'm doing a quick chat session for the prelude to the St. Jude's Children Research Hospital charity. We posted a couple other things with Gabby's maze dice on
Yeah, I'll
there
post
as
it
well.
one more time.
Yep. But thanks for hanging. Thanks for. I had to end that streak of role play. And then we'll
I lulled you into a false sense of comfort.
troll attack. How are you doing? That first attack hit hard, huh?
Yeah, it's put me down to half.
Oof. Well,
Thanks for not dying.
you guys will
Cool.
never run into any more trolls in this town.
Thanks everybody for joining us. Thanks for everybody who rated and stuck around to the end and followed. We are going to go raid Blue Box RPG.
Okay, cool.
So stick around and we'll go say hey to them in about 10 seconds. So see you next
guys
week.
next week.
Bye.
Bye.